The 15th of March, 44 BC noon. Rome, a 55-year-old man walks into the assembly hall attached to the theater of Pompey. He is dressed in a purple-bordered robe, a symbol of his conquest of Gaul, his defeat of Pompey, and his rise as Rome's dictator. His name is Gaius Julius Caesar. He does not know he has only minutes left to live. Senators gather around him, ostensibly to present a petition. In reality, they hold daggers in their hands. More than 60 men are part of the conspiracy. Among them are enemies he pardoned, friends he promoted, and possibly even his own illegitimate son. In the next few minutes, he will be stabbed 23 times. He will fall beneath the statue of Pompey, the man he defeated in civil war 5 years earlier. This is a turning point in Roman history. It is also the beginning of an eternal lesson on power, ambition, betrayal, and legacy. But before we reach that bloody conclusion, we need to understand the journey, because Caesar's story is not just about a man being assassinated. It is about how the Roman Republic died and the Roman Empire was born. It is about how one man's ambition changed the course of civilization. It is about the power of oratory, military genius, political manipulation, and fatal arrogance. Most importantly, it is about questions we still grapple with today. When does a reformer become a dictator? When do emergency powers become permanent? When is it justified to sacrifice freedom for stability? When is betrayal an act of patriotism? These are not ancient questions. They are timeless ones. Caesar cannot answer them for us. But his life, from patrician, rebel, to master of Rome, to a corpse in a pool of blood, can help us understand them better. Julius Caesar died in 44 BC. More than 2,000 years have passed. Yet his influence is everywhere. The calendar you use, the Julian calendar, created by Caesar in 46 BC, was used for 1,600 years until the Gregorian calendar fine-tuned it July, named after Caesar Julius, the German Kaiser, the Russian Tsar, and countless titles for rulers in various languages, all derived from Caesar's name. One man's name became synonymous with power. But that is just the surface. Caesar was a turning point in the history of Western civilization. Before him, Rome was a republic, governed by the Senate and the people, at least in theory. After him, Rome was an empire, ruled by one man. That transformation shaped European history for the next 2 millennia. Caesar did not create the Roman Empire. That was accomplished by his adopted son Octavian, later known as Augustus. But Caesar broke the back of the Republic. He proved that a man with an army, popular support, and enough ambition could overturn 5 centuries of tradition. He demonstrated how fragile the republican system was in the face of crisis. He created the template for strongman rule, which dictators would study and emulate for 2,000 years. Mussolini dreamed of rebuilding the Roman Empire and cited Caesar as his inspiration. Napoleon carried Caesar's fake commentaries on the Gallic warfare with him on his conquests. Countless leaders, from democratically elected to violently seized, have studied Caesar's tactics, his oratory, and his political maneuvering. Caesar is the archetype, the first modern dictator, even though he lived in antiquity. But Caesar was also something else. He was one of the greatest military writers of all time. His commentaries on the Gallic War, an 8-year account of his conquest of Gaul, is a masterpiece of Latin prose. Concise, clear, and seemingly objective, it was actually incredibly effective propaganda. For centuries, students learning Latin read Caesar. His style influenced everyone from Cicero's critics to modern historians. He showed how words could be weapons, how to shape your legacy, how to control the narrative. He was the first to truly understand the power of media manipulation, even if his media was papyrus scrolls and public speeches, not Twitter and television. The principle is the same. Control the story, and you control reality, at least long enough to achieve your goals. To understand Caesar, you must understand the Rome in which he grew up. In the 1st century BC, the Roman Republic was in deep crisis. On the surface, Rome was a superpower. It controlled the entire Mediterranean. It had defeated Carthage, Macedonia, and the Seleucid Empire. Its legions were invincible. But internally, the Republic was tearing itself apart. What was the problem? As always, it was inequality. Rome was ruled by an oligarchy of nobles, members of the Senate, with about 300 families monopolizing all power and wealth. They owned vast estates worked by slaves from the conquests. They controlled government positions, the courts and military commands. Ordinary citizens, the plebeians, were increasingly marginalized. Small farmers were swallowed up by large estates. Veteran soldiers did not receive the land they were promised. The urban poor grew in number. In the 2nd century BC, the Gracchi brothers Tiberius and Gaius attempted reforms. They proposed land redistribution, limited the estates of the nobility, and granted more rights to the common people. They paid for this with their lives. Both were violently killed by conservative senators. This set a pattern. Reforms were blocked through violence. Politics became bloody. Then came the warlords. Gaius Marius, champion of the commoners, reformed the army, allowing the propertyless to enlist. This created a professional army loyal to its generals rather than the state. Lucius Cornelius Sulla, champion of the aristocracy, did the unthinkable in 88 BC. He led his army against Rome itself, driving out his political enemies. For the first time, Roman legions attacked Rome. He became dictator, executing thousands of opponents. He retired and died in 78 BC, but the damage was done. The precedent had been set. If you have an army, you can seize power. If you have enough ambition and little enough conscience, you can overthrow the republic. Caesar watched this unfold. He was 13 when the first civil war between Marius and Sulla erupted. He was 18 when Sulla became dictator. These events shaped him. What did he learn? First, republican institutions are fragile. They cannot survive a crisis. Second, armies are loyal to their generals, not the state, if the general pays them and promises land. Third, tradition and norms mean nothing in the face of armed ambition. These were dark lessons, but they were true. Caesar would apply them more successfully than ever, but he would also pay the ultimate price. In the next 2.5 hours, we will follow Caesar from his birth in 100 BC to his death in 44 BC. We will see how he rose from a debt-ridden noble to become the master of Rome. We will witness his conquest of Gaul, where he killed 1 million people and enslaved another million. We will see him cross the Rubicon, igniting civil war. We will watch him defeat Pompey, become dictator, and implement radical reforms. We will see how he was assassinated and how he triumphed after death, when his name became synonymous with the empire itself. But more importantly, we will explore timeless themes, faithy power of oratory. Caesar was one of the greatest orators in history. He used words to manipulate the people, the Senate, and his enemies. He understood that oratory was more than just communication. It was a weapon. It created reality. It shaped history. The archetype of populism, Caesar was not the first Roman to appeal to the common people against the elites. The Gracchi brothers and Marius had done so before him. But Caesar perfected the art. He positioned himself as the champion of the people against a corrupt Senate. He gave the masses bread and circuses. He promised land to his veterans. He extended citizenship. But was this genuine idealism or cynical manipulation? Likely both. Caesar believed in his cause. He also used the common people as a weapon against his aristocratic rivals. This pattern, a wealthy outsider claiming to represent the ordinary person, would repeat itself again and again throughout history. We still see it today. Understanding Caesar is key to understanding how modern populism works. Personal ambition versus republican ideals. Caesar was a product of the Republic. He was educated in republican values. He served in the Senate, held the consulship, observed the forms, at least for a time. But his ambition was incompatible with republican constraints. The republic demanded power, sharing, term, limits, checks, and balances. Caesar wanted command, conquest, domination. The two could not coexist. One had to give way. In the end, it was the republic that gave way. But this raises a question: was Caesar the destroyer of the republic or its inevitable product? A system already broken, shattered by Marius and Sulla, just waiting for someone to deliver the final blow. If not Caesar, would it have been someone else? Pompey, Crassus, Antony, or was Caesar unique, an accident of history? The inevitability of betrayal. Caesar's story culminates in betrayal. But not just on the Ides of March. Caesar's entire career was one of betrayal. He betrayed the Senate when he crossed the Rubicon. He betrayed Pompey, his former ally and son, in law. He betrayed the ideals of the Republic when he made himself dictator for life. So why was he surprised when he himself was betrayed? This is one of the lessons. Those who break norms cannot expect others to abide by them. Those who rise through betrayal will be brought down by betrayal. Caesar forgave his enemies. Was this generosity or naivety? It gave them the chance to kill him. But what was the alternative? To kill all his opponents, like Sulla. Would that have saved him? Or would it only have created different enemies? Legacy versus life. This is the greatest irony of Caesar's story. The assassins killed him to save the Republic. Instead, they destroyed it. Caesar was more powerful after death than in life. His name became divine. His adopted son founded the empire. His reforms lasted for centuries. The assassins were all dead or defeated within a few years. So, who truly won? It is a profound lesson on the nature of legacy. Violence can end a life. It cannot kill an idea. It cannot erase influence. In fact, martyrdom often amplifies the message. Did Caesar know this? Did he commit suicide on the Ides of March, knowing his death would accomplish what he could not in life? But the outcome was the same. He lost the battle, but won the war. Caesar died over 2,000 years ago. So why does his story matter today? Because we face the same problems he faced. How does democracy survive in a crisis? How do institutions resist charismatic dictators? When do emergency powers become tyranny? How can people avoid being manipulated by eloquent demagogues? When is reform necessary? And when is it an excuse for a power grab? When is betrayal treason? And when is it patriotism? These are not ancient questions. They are questions for today. Democracies around the world are grappling with them. Understanding Caesar is one way to understand these dilemmas, not to find simple answers. There are no simple answers. But to see patterns, understand complexities, and learn from past mistakes. Caesar's story is both a warning and an inspiration. A warning about the dangers of unchecked ambition. An inspiration about the heights one person can reach. Both are true. Both are necessary. Let the journey begin. The 13th of July 100 BC, Gaius Julius Caesar was born in the Subura district of Rome. It was not the most fashionable neighborhood. The Julii claimed descent from the goddess Venus and the Trojan hero Aeneas. Their family tree was impressive. Their bank account was not. This was an ancient but faded aristocracy, with a name but no fortune. Caesar's father, also named Gaius Julius Caesar, was a respectable but undistinguished senator. He never held the consulship, Rome's highest office. He governed a few minor provinces. He died when Caesar was 16, leaving little inheritance. Caesar's mother, Aurelia, was a different story. She came from the Aureli, a wealthier and more influential family. She was a strong, intelligent, and ambitious woman who shaped her son in his early years. Caesar's childhood was shaped by violence from 91 to 88 BC. The social war saw Italian allies fighting Rome for citizenship. He witnessed armies marching and heard tales of battles. Then, in 88 BC, Sulla's march on Rome itself. For the first time, Roman legions attacked Rome. The streets ran with blood. Caesar was 12. In 87 BC, Marius struck back, retaking the city. This time, it was bloodier. Marius' soldiers slaughtered Sulla's supporters. Heads were displayed in the Roman Forum. Caesar's family was connected to Marius. His aunt Julia was married to Marius. This placed Caesar on the winning side for a time. But it also made him a target when Sulla returned in 82 BC. What did these childhood experiences teach Caesar? First, politics was a matter of life and death. Second, loyalty was fluid. Third, power came from armed force. These were formative, terrifying lessons. In 82 BC, Sulla emerged victorious in the civil war. He appointed himself dictator not for the traditional 6-month emergency term, but indefinitely. He issued proscription lists, executing his enemies on a massive scale. Anyone associated with Marius was at risk. Caesar, 18 years old, and newly married to Cornelia, the daughter of a prominent plebeian leader linked to the Marian faction, was ordered by Sulla to divorce her. This was a test. Obedience meant survival. Refusal meant possible death. Caesar refused. Was this extraordinary courage or youthful recklessness? Perhaps both. Sulla was enraged. He stripped Caesar of his priesthood, confiscated Cornelia's dowry, and seized his family's inheritance. Caesar became a wanted man. He fled Rome, hiding in the Sabine hills. He was nearly captured several times, contracted malaria, and bribed his pursuers to spare his life. In the end, Caesar's mother and influential relatives pleaded for him. The Vestal Virgins, Rome's most sacred priestesses, intervened. Sulla reluctantly agreed to pardon Caesar, but it is said he warned those who pleaded for him, "You may have him, but know that this boy with the loose belt will one day overthrow the aristocratic party you have built. In him, I see many Mariuses." This was prophetic. Sulla saw what others did not. Caesar's ambition, his potential, his danger. But he let him live. Why? Perhaps Sulla was tired of killing. Perhaps he thought Caesar was too young, too insignificant. Perhaps the pleas of the Vestal Virgins were too sacred to refuse. Whatever the reason, it was Sulla's greatest mistake, but it also gave Caesar a crucial lesson. First, do not make unnecessary enemies. Sulla's proscription lists created a generation that hated him. Caesar would later choose forgiveness. Second, power is everything. Without it, you are a victim. With it, you make the rules. Caesar left Italy for the east, partly for safety, away from Sulla's Rome, partly for opportunity. Young nobles served in the Roman armies in the east to gain military experience and honor. Caesar joined the staff of the governor of Asia Minor, Minucius Thermus. He served at the siege of Mytilene. On the island of Lesbos, he showed courage, saving the life of a Roman citizen. He was awarded the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors. He was 20 years old. This experience taught him the realities of war, the discipline of the Roman legions, the patience of siege warfare, the importance of supplies, the value of morale. But it also showed him the wealth of the East, the luxury of Greek cities, the power of Eastern kings, the appeal of Eastern monarchy compared to Rome's aristocratic republicanism. These impressions would stay with him. Caesar also visited the court of King Nicomedes IV of Bithynia as an envoy. He stayed there longer than necessary. Rumors spread, rumors of an improper relationship between Caesar and the king. These rumors would follow Caesar for the rest of his life. His political enemies would mock him as the Queen of Bithynia. Was it true? Probably not. It was likely political slander, exploiting Roman prejudices against same-sex relationships. But it stuck. This taught Caesar an important lesson about reputation and perception. The truth is less important than what people believe. Once a rumor starts, it never fully disappears. You must control the narrative, constantly and aggressively. This was something Caesar would later master through his writing, his speeches, his relentless shaping of his own image. But at 20, he was just painfully learning the brutality of politics. Debt would become a central theme in Caesar's career. At his peak, he would owe debts equivalent to billions in modern currency. Why would anyone lend him so much? Because creditors bet on his success, and then they would be repaid, possibly with political benefits. This was an investment, not merely a loan. The biggest creditor was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome. Crassus made his fortune by purchasing the properties of those executed on Sulla's proscription lists. He lent money to anyone, especially promising young politicians. Caesar became one of Crassus's protégés. This was the first lesson about Caesar's use of debt. Debt creates dependency. Lend someone enough money and you own them. But the reverse is also true. Borrow enough money, and your creditors need you to succeed. Otherwise, they lose everything. Caesar would leverage this dynamic throughout his entire career. Caesar needed to build a reputation. His chosen method was legal prosecution. He sued several former governors, accusing them of extortion and corruption. These were public trials, held in the Forum, with large crowds watching. It was Roman reality TV political theater, a way for a young man to make a name for himself. Caesar's targets were the optimates, former supporters of Sulla. He positioned himself as a populaire, a defender of the people against a corrupt elite. He lost most of the cases. The defendants had better lawyers, more influence, more money to bribe the juries. But it didn't matter. Caesar wasn't trying to win the trials. He was trying to win fame. He demonstrated his oratory skills, his courage, his willingness to challenge the powerful people took notice. Caesar also went to Rhodes to study rhetoric under Apollonius Molon, the most renowned teacher of oratory. Cicero, Rome's greatest orator, also studied under the same mentor. Caesar perfected his craft. He learned how to structure arguments, how to appeal to emotions, how to use voice and gestures for maximum effect, how to memorize lengthy speeches, and how to improvise in response to interruptions. This was not an innate talent. It was the result of meticulous study and endless practice. Caesar understood that oratory was more than just communication. It was a tool of power in Rome. Public speaking was at the heart of politics, debates in the Senate, speeches in the Forum, trials in the courts. All were performances where leaders displayed their wisdom, courage, and worth. Those who mastered oratory could shape public opinion, influence votes, and build a following. Caesar would become a master. In 75 BC, while traveling to Rhodes, Caesar was captured by Cilician pirates. They demanded a ransom of 20 talents. Caesar insulted them, saying he was worth at least 50 talents, while his companions went to raise the ransom. Caesar spent 38 days among the pirates. He treated them like servants. He demanded they remain quiet while he slept. He forced them to listen to him practice his speeches. He exercised and played games with them. He wrote poetry and recited it to them. When they did not appreciate it, he called them illiterate barbarians. He joked that once released, he would return and crucify them all. The pirates found this amusing. That was a mistake. After the ransom was paid, Caesar was freed. He immediately organized a fleet, tracked down the pirates, captured them, and crucified them all, just as he had promised. But he mercifully had their throats slit first to reduce their suffering, because they had treated him fairly well. This story reveals a lot about the young Caesar. First, an incredible confidence, bordering on arrogance. He mocked his captors. Second, charisma. He made the pirates like him, even as their prisoner. Third, a long memory. He said he would kill them, and he did. Fourth, practical cruelty. He crucified them, but mercifully. This combination of qualities, charm and ruthlessness, confidence and pragmatism, would define Caesar's entire career. People would be drawn to his personality, but those who underestimated him would find him lethal. It also shows Caesar's initiative. He didn't wait for official authority to deal with the pirates. He organized his own expedition. He took action. This initiative, this willingness not to wait for permission, would serve him time and again. Caesar began to climb the cursus honorum, the ladder of Roman political offices. In 69 BC, he was elected quaestor, a junior position responsible for financial administration. This required him to serve for a year in the province of southern Spain. There, he is said to have seen a statue of Alexander the Great in the Temple of Hercules and wept, because at Alexander's age, he had already conquered the world, while Caesar had accomplished nothing. This story may be apocryphal, but it captures the truth. Caesar had immense ambition. He measured himself against history's greatest conquerors. He wanted more than just political success. He desired glory, immortality, a place among the greats. In 65 BC, he became aedile, a position overseeing public entertainment and construction. He spent lavishly, far beyond what was necessary, hosting magnificent gladiatorial games and public festivals. Where did he get the money? He borrowed it from Crassus, from other creditors. His debts soared to astronomical figures. It is said that, by the mid-60s BC, he owed the equivalent of thousands of talents, perhaps 50 million sesterces, which today amounts to hundreds of millions. Why spend so much? Because public generosity bought popularity in Rome. People remembered who gave them the best shows. When Caesar later ran for higher office, they would vote for him out of gratitude and expectation for more. This was the Roman version of populism. Buying the people's love with bread and circuses, Caesar mastered it. But it also created a vicious cycle. He needed higher office to repay his debts. Higher office required more spending. More spending required more debt. The only way out was to reach the top, where power allowed him to plunder provinces, repay his creditors, and become truly wealthy. If he failed in his climb, he would be ruined in a debtor's prison. In 69 BC, Caesar's aunt Julia, the widow of Marius, passed away. Caesar delivered a funeral oration as was Roman custom. However, he did something radical. He displayed portraits and military trophies of Marius. This was a bold move, as Sulla had forbidden any public honors for Marius. Displaying them was a challenge to the aristocratic establishment. In his funeral speech, Caesar traced his family lineage, not only to Roman nobility, but also to the gods. He claimed descent from the goddess Venus, through Aeneas, and from King Ancus Marcius. This was a declaration that the Caesar family was not merely aristocratic. They were semi-divine. It was incredibly arrogant, yet also clever propaganda. Linking himself to gods and kings elevated his status. Paying tribute to Marius aligned him with the populace faction and with the common people. A few months later, Caesar's wife Cornelia died. He also delivered a funeral oration for her, which was unusual, as young women typically did not receive public funeral speeches. But Caesar used this opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty to Cornelia, the wife he had refused to divorce under Sulla's orders. What do these funeral orations teach us about Caesar? He understood that everything could be politicized, even death. Even private grief. He never wasted an opportunity to build his image and advance his cause. Was this cynical, perhaps? But it was also effective. Rome was a city of performative politics. Public life was theater. The successful politicians were those who understood this and performed brilliantly. Caesar was actor, director, and playwright all in one. He meticulously crafted his public persona, the pious family man, the loyal husband, the defender of the people, the heir to the Marian tradition. All of this was true. All of this was also calculated. This was Caesar's genius and the profound contradiction of his character. He was capable of genuine emotion, but he also never stopped calculating how those emotions could be used. In the late 60s BC, Rome was dominated by two men, Crassus. The richest Pompey, the greatest general Crassus, built his power through money, loans, and favors. Pompey built his through military victories. In 67 BC, he cleared the Mediterranean of pirates in just 3 months, the same pirates who had once captured Caesar. From 66 to 63 BC, he fought in the east against King Mithridates V of Pontus and Armenia, massively expanding Roman territory. He returned a hero, a conqueror, Rome's savior. He expected the Senate to grant him whatever he wanted. But the Senate, dominated by conservative aristocrats, feared Pompey. He was too powerful, too popular. They delayed ratifying his eastern settlements. They refused to grant land to his veterans. Crassus was jealous of Pompey's glory. He desired military command and his own victories. In 71 BC, he crushed the slave rebellion, led by Spartacus. However, Pompey claimed the final credit for killing the last fleeing slaves. Crassus resented this deeply. The two became political rivals, even though they both served as consuls in 70 BC. The Senate exploited their rivalry, playing one against the other. This frustrated both men. Caesar, returning from Spain, saw an opportunity. What if he could mediate between Crassus and Pompey, uniting them? What if he could be the one to make them work together? This would grant him immense power. He began, subtly, to build bridges between the two. He borrowed money from both. He supported the interests of both. He positioned himself as the intermediary. But that was for the future. In the 60s BC, Caesar was still building his career, one position at a time, accumulating debt, building his reputation, and waiting for his moment. That moment was approaching. But first, he needed to prove he was more than just an orator and politician. He needed to show he could also be a soldier. Spain would give him that chance. In 63 BC, Caesar took one of the boldest gambles of his career. The position of Pontifex Maximus had become vacant. This was Rome's highest religious office, a lifelong appointment with immense prestige. It was typically held by the most senior and respected senators. Caesar, at 37, was far from qualified, yet he announced his candidacy. His opponents were two esteemed senators, Catulus and Isauricus. They had experience, prestige, and the support of the Senate. What did Caesar have? Debts, charisma, and desperation. He borrowed even more money, an astonishing amount. He systematically bribed the voters. It is said that on the morning of the election, he told his mother Aurelia, "Today, you will either see your son as Pontifex Maximus or see him exiled to escape his creditors." He was not joking. If he lost, his debts would ruin him. He had to win. He won. Not by a landslide, but enough. The bribery worked. The position of Pontifex Maximus gave Caesar several key things. First, lifelong prestige and religious authority. Second, an official residence at one of Rome's most sacred sites, the Domus Publica on the Via Sacra. Third, influence over all religious matters, which in superstitious Rome meant almost anything could be framed as a religious issue. Fourth, a degree of protection from prosecution, as the Pontifex Maximus was too sacred to be simply arrested. Caesar would use all these advantages, but most importantly, this victory proved something. Caesar could beat the odds. He could defeat the establishment. He could take a risk and win. It gave him confidence, perhaps too much confidence to take bigger gambles. This was the first lesson. Sometimes, bold gambles succeed. But they only succeed if you are willing to take enormous risks. Caesar was willing to risk everything. That willingness would make him master of Rome. It would also kill him. The year 63 BC was also the year of the Catiline conspiracy. Lucius Sergius Catilina was a bankrupt aristocrat who had failed twice in his bid for the consulship. Desperate and resentful, he plotted a coup. The plan involved assassinating the consuls, setting fire to Rome, cancelling debts, and redistributing wealth. It was a revolutionary scheme formed by an alliance of desperate nobles, veterans, and debtors. Did Caesar know about Catiline? Possibly. They moved in the same social circles. Caesar was also deeply in debt, but he was not involved in the conspiracy, at least not in any provable way. The consul Marcus Tullius Cicero, Rome's greatest orator, exposed the plot. He delivered a series of devastating speeches in the Senate, including one of the most famous opening lines in history. "How long, O Catiline, will you abuse our patience?" Catiline fled Rome. His co-conspirators were arrested. The Senate debated how to deal with the captured conspirators. Cicero and most senators wanted immediate execution without trial, which was technically illegal. Roman citizens had the right to a trial. But the Senate declared a state of emergency and ultimately passed a resolution granting the consuls emergency powers. Caesar did something courageous or reckless. He opposed the executions. He argued that even in a crisis, the rule of law must be upheld, and that executions without trial set a dangerous precedent. He suggested life imprisonment instead of the death penalty. This was a principled stance, but it also made Caesar a target, raising suspicions that he sympathized with the conspirators. A mob nearly attacked him in the Senate. Cato the Younger, a strict Republican and Stoic, delivered a fiery speech in support of execution. The Senate voted for execution, and the conspirators were hanged. Catiline died in battle while attempting to flee Italy. Caesar's stance in the Catiline affair reveals complexity. Why did he oppose execution? Genuine principle, belief in rule of law, perhaps, but also political calculation. Caesar knew many ordinary Romans sympathized with Catiline's message of debt cancellation. By opposing execution, Caesar aligned himself with those people against a vengeful Senate. He also built a reputation as a moderate, not an extremist. But it was a dangerous position. He nearly got killed for it. That is the second lesson. Principled stands can build long-term reputation, even if they risk short-term danger. Caesar understood politics isn't just about winning votes today. It is about building an image over years. He was willing to risk danger to build that image. But he was always calculating too. His principles were never entirely separate from his interest. Perhaps no one's are. In 61 BC, Caesar was appointed as the praetor of the southern province of Spain. This was a significant opportunity. The praetor served as a provincial governor, wielding both military and civil authority. Caesar launched a military campaign almost immediately. He did not wait for approval from Rome. He did not wait for a formal declaration of war. He simply attacked the Lusitanian tribes in northwestern Spain. Why? Partly for military glory. Roman generals built their reputations through conquest, partly for money. War generated plunder, slaves, and tribute. Caesar needed both. His campaign was successful. He demonstrated speed, decisiveness, and tactical skill. He was not just an orator in the Roman Forum. He was a capable general. His soldiers began to respect him. His enemies were defeated. But Caesar's Spanish tenure was not merely military. It was financial. He systematically extracted wealth from the province. Taxes, yes, but also voluntary contributions, trade permits under the governor's protection, lucrative contracts for allies. It wasn't entirely legal. It certainly wasn't moral, but it was standard practice for Roman governors. Provinces existed to be plundered. Caesar plundered more effectively than most. By the end of his Spanish term, he had paid off most of his debts for the first time. He even sent enough money to the Roman treasury to qualify for a triumph. A triumph was Rome's highest honor. a parade granted to a conquering general. Caesar wanted one. But there was a problem. To request a triumph, he had to remain outside the city. To run for consul, he needed to be inside. He couldn't do both. Caesar chose power over glory. He gave up his triumph and entered the city to run for consul. This was an important decision. It revealed priorities. Vanity would have chosen the parade, a day of glory, and then nothing. Ambition chooses power, which can lead to greater glory later. Caesar chose ambition. This is the third lesson. Know when to sacrifice short-term glory for long-term power. Caesar would have his triumphs many times later. But first, he needed to become consul. That would open the door to real power. For this, he needed alliances. He needed Crassus's money and Pompey's prestige. He needed the first triumvirate. In 60 BC, Caesar brokered a deal that would change Roman history. He allied with Crassus and Pompey, two of the most powerful men, long-time rivals. This was known as the First Triumvirate, the Gang of Three. But it was not a formal government body. It was a secret private agreement. The three agreed to support each other's interests against the Senate. Pompey wanted ratification of his eastern settlements and land for his veterans. Crassus wanted tax relief for his equestrian friends. The business class, Caesar wanted the consulship, then a lucrative provincial command. They would all get what they wanted. By pooling their resources, money, military prestige, political skill, they could overwhelm the Senate. Was this genius or betrayal? Both. Genius because it worked. Betrayal because it undermined the Republic. The First Triumvirate marked the beginning of the Republic's demise. Why? Because it replaced public institutions with private agreements. The Roman Republic was built on checks and balances. The Senate provided counsel. The popular assemblies voted on laws and elected officials. The consuls executed, but were constrained. All of this was meant to prevent any single individual or group from becoming too powerful. But when the three most powerful men secretly united, the checks and balances failed. They could manipulate elections, pass laws they desired, and ignore opposition. The Senate became a rubber stamp. The popular assemblies were bribed and intimidated. The Republic continued in form, but in essence, it was ruled by three men. This is the fourth lesson. The fragility of democratic institutions. They rely on goodwill, on the self-restraint of powerful actors. What happens when those actors decide the rules are not in their favor? They bypass the rules. They create informal power structures. Institutions become theater. Real decisions are made elsewhere. Was anyone opposed to the triumvirate? Yes, the Republicans. Led by Cato the Younger, a strict Stoic, Cato believed in the Republic, the rule of law and tradition. He saw the triumvirate for what it truly was, an attack on the constitutional order. He spoke against it in the Senate. He spoke at length, attempting to obstruct legislation. He appealed to tradition and precedent. He warned of the dangers of dictatorship. He was right. But he was ineffective, because Cato was principled but inflexible. He refused to compromise, to bargain, to work with those less pure. His purity rendered him powerless. Caesar understood what Cato did not. Politics is the art of the possible. Pure principles are beautiful, but winning power requires alliances, compromise. Getting your hands dirty. Cato would not dirty his hands, so he lost. Caesar won. In 59 BC, Caesar became consul. His colleague was Marcus Calpurnius Bibulus, a conservative and an optimate. Bibulus attempted to block Caesar's legislation. Caesar simply bypassed him. He took his bills directly to the popular assemblies, circumventing the Senate when Bibulus tried to veto. Caesar's supporters, including Pompey's veterans, intimidated him. On one occasion, Bibulus was knocked down and had dung dumped on his head. He retreated to his home in fear, spending the remainder of his term there, declaring unfavorable omens in an attempt to halt public business. It did not work. Caesar ignored religious objections. He passed Pompey's eastern settlement. He gave land to Pompey's veterans. He reduced taxes for Crassus's equestrian friends. He secured for himself a 5-year governorship of Gaul, an unprecedentedly long term. Caesar's consulship was effective but ugly. He got things done. His land bill actually helped veterans and the poor. His administrative reforms improved provincial governance, but his methods were violent, illegal. He used mobs to intimidate opponents. He ignored religious prohibitions. He bypassed constitutional procedures. Later, people would joke that the year was not the consulship of Caesar and Bibulus, but the consulship of Julius and Caesar, because Caesar so dominated. This is the 5th lesson: effectiveness versus legitimacy. Caesar got things done, but he undermined the legitimate ways of doing things. In the short term, it gave him power. In the long term, it weakened the institutions that made his power legitimate. This is the dilemma for all get-things-done leaders. You can accomplish more by bypassing procedures, but you are also undermining what makes the system legitimate. Eventually, that erosion comes back to haunt you. Caesar also employed Publius Clodius Pulcher, a radical tribune and agitator. Clodius organized street gangs to intimidate Caesar. As opponents through violence, his primary target was Cicero. In 58 BC, Clodius passed a law against Cicero for executing Roman citizens without trial during the Catilinarian conspiracy. Cicero was forced into exile. His house was burned down. His property was confiscated. This was punishment for Rome's greatest orator for opposing Caesar's alliance. A blatant act of political revenge packaged as legal justice through mob violence. Caesar publicly denied involvement. Privately, everyone knew he had approved. Cicero would remember this. When Caesar was later assassinated, Cicero would cheer. The use of Clodius reveals the dark side of Caesar's methods. He would use any tool, any ally, no matter how violent or unscrupulous. Clodius was a thug, a lawbreaker. But he was useful. He could do things Caesar could not do openly. He could intimidate, threaten, use violence. Caesar could keep his hands clean while benefiting from the dirty work. This is the 6th lesson: the use of indirect power. Powerful actors often operate through proxies. They use intermediaries to do the dirty work. This gives them deniability. If things go wrong, they can blame the proxy. But if things work, they reap the benefits. It is effective but dangerous, because proxies can get out of control. They can go too far. They can create enemies you cannot control. Caesar would learn this, though not from Clodius, from others. In 56 BC, the Triumvirate was under pressure. The Senate sought to dismantle it. Pompey and Crassus quarreled once again. Caesar, as command in Gaul, came under attack. The senators wanted to recall him, exposing him to prosecution for illegal acts during his consulship. If he lost his military command, he would lose his immunity. Without immunity, he could be prosecuted, exiled, and ruined. Caesar could not let this happen. So he called a meeting, not in Rome, but in Lucca, a town in northern Italy, technically within his Gallic province. Pompey and Crassus attended. Hundreds of senators also came to pay their respects to Caesar, even though he was merely a former consul. This was a display of power. Real power was not in Rome. It was in Lucca, by Caesar's side. In Lucca, the Triumvirate was renewed and strengthened. Terms Pompey and Crassus would serve as consuls in 55 BC. They would use the office to give themselves 5-year provincial commands, Pompey in Spain and Crassus in Syria. Caesar, as command in Gaul, would be extended for another 5 years until 49 BC. This would give him time to complete the conquest, build an army, and become indispensable. By then, recalling him would be impossible. This was a private carve-up of Rome by 3 men, with no reference to the Senate, the people, or republican institutions. It was naked power politics. It worked, at least for a while. Pompey and Crassus were elected consuls. They passed legislation giving themselves commands. Caesar's Gallic tenure was confirmed. The Optimates could complain, but not stop it. The Triumvirate controlled everything. Before we leave this period, let us reflect on Caesar's legacy as an orator. He never reached the heights of Cicero's eloquence. Cicero's speeches were works of art, with complex grammar, rich metaphors, and emotional peaks. Caesar's style was different, simpler, more direct, more forceful. He used short sentences, clear arguments, minimal ornamentation. His goal was not to awe his audience with his eloquence. It was to persuade them, inspire them, move them to action. This style, now known as Attic, as opposed to Cicero's Asiatic, would come to dominate Roman rhetoric. Caesar understood what modern orators are still learning. Brevity has power. Clarity trumps complexity. Emotional connection matters more than intellectual impression. But Caesar also understood that oratory did not only take place in the forum or the Senate. It happened at banquets, in private conversations, and in letters to friends. He was a tireless communicator. He wrote to allies, explaining his position, asking for support, and offering deals. He addressed his soldiers not only before battles, but also in the camp. During daily interactions, he remembered names, asked about families, and shared jokes. This constant personal communication built loyalty more effectively than any formal speech. This is the 7th lesson. Oratory is not just public speaking. It is all communication. How you write emails matters. How you speak in meetings matters. How you behave in informal interactions matters. Caesar excelled in all these areas. The relationships he built through thousands of small interactions would support him at critical moments. In early 58 BC, Caesar left Rome for Gaul. In his baggage were the consulship, the triumvirate, the office of Pontifex Maximus, a reputation as a master of political manipulation, debts, enemies, and ambition. In Gaul, he would become something else, not just a politician, a general, a conqueror, a military genius. He would spend 8 years conquering territories equivalent to modern-day France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Western Germany. He would kill 1 million people. He would enslave another 1 million. He would cross the Rhine into Germania twice. He would invade Britain twice. He would write commentaries on the Gallic War, a masterpiece of propaganda disguised as history. He would build an army, loyal to him, not to Rome, that would follow him anywhere, even against the Republic itself. But all that was still ahead. Now, in 58 BC, Caesar was just another governor heading to his province. No one knew that 8 years later, he would return as the master of Rome, with an unstoppable army. The Rubicon was waiting. But first, Gaul. In the spring of 58 BC, Caesar arrived in his Gallic provinces. In reality, there were 2 provinces. Cisalpine Gaul, the Romanized region of northern Italy south of the Alps, and Transalpine Gaul, the coastal area of present-day southern France, where Roman control was weak. But Caesar's gaze extended beyond these provincial borders. To the north lay Free Gaul, a vast territory of hundreds of Celtic tribes never conquered by Rome. To the east were Germanic tribes across the Rhine. To the west lay Britain, a mysterious island about which the Romans knew almost nothing. This was a land of opportunity, not merely to defend Rome's borders, but to expand them, to build an empire, to win glory, and to become wealthy. Caesar needed all of this. He was still in debt. He required military prestige to rival Pompey. He needed an army loyal to him to protect his political standing in Rome. Gaul would give him all of these. Caesar began with 4 legions, about 24,000 men. That sounds like a lot, but it was small compared to the millions of Gauls he would face. But Roman legions were not ordinary armies. They were professional, well-trained, disciplined fighting machines. Each soldier was a heavy infantryman, equipped with a sword, javelin, shield, and armor. They could change formations quickly in battle. They could build fortifications, bridges, and siege engines. They were not just warriors, they were engineers, builders. Caesar would use this versatility, but he would also do something else. He would win their loyalty, not to Rome. To him personally, he would remember their names. He would share dangers with them. He would reward them generously. He would make them rich. In return, they would do anything for him. Even, in the end, march on Rome itself. Caesar almost immediately got his first opportunity. The Helvetii, a powerful Celtic tribe from what is now Switzerland, decided to migrate the entire tribe, about 368,000 people. According to Caesar, they wanted to cross Roman territory to reach better lands in western Gaul. They requested permission from Caesar. He refused. Why? He claimed it was a security issue. Such a large armed migration would threaten the Roman province. But the real reason was opportunity. If the Helvetii were a threat, Caesar could attack them. If he defeated them, it would be a military victory. Justifying his command, the Helvetii, not waiting for permission, began to move anyway. Caesar had his excuse. He attacked. After several weeks of maneuvering, Caesar caught the Helvetii at Bibracte. The battle was fierce. The Helvetian warriors fought bravely, but Roman discipline prevailed. Caesar used the terrain. He deployed his legions on the hillside, giving them the advantage. He used javelins to destroy the Helvetians' shields. Then his legions charged in close combat. The Helvetii collapsed. Tens of thousands died. The survivors surrendered. Caesar ordered them to return to their original territory. He did not want an uninhabited frontier. He wanted friendly tribes as a buffer. But this victory did something important. It established Roman, Caesar's dominance in Gaul. Other tribes took notice. Some sought Roman alliances. Others grew fearful and armed themselves. Caesar had begun a conquest that would last 8 years. After defeating the Helvetii, the Gallic tribes turned to Caesar for help against a new threat. Ariovistus, a Germanic king, had crossed the Rhine into Gaul with 150,000 warriors. He had defeated several Gallic tribes and demanded land and tribute. The Gauls feared the Germans. They sought Roman protection. Caesar was happy to provide it. This gave him another excuse for war. But there were complications. Ariovistus was a friend of Rome, granted a title by the Senate. Caesar could not simply attack a Roman ally. He needed a reason. He demanded a meeting with Ariovistus. The conference went poorly. Ariovistus was arrogant. He demanded that Caesar not interfere in Germanic affairs. Caesar insisted he withdraw east of the Rhine. Neither side yielded. Negotiations broke down. War was inevitable. But Caesar faced a problem. His soldiers feared the Germans. Rumors spread through the camp about the Germanic warriors. Huge, fierce, and unbeatable. Some officers began preparing their wills. The atmosphere bordered on panic. Caesar had to act quickly. He called a meeting of his officers. He delivered a speech, one of the earliest recorded in history. He shamed the cowards. He reminded the soldiers of Roman glory. He said that, if necessary, he would attack with only the 10th Legion, the one he trusted most. It worked. The other legions refused to be outdone by the 10th. Morale was restored. The army marched. They caught the Germans somewhere in what is now Alsace. The battle was brutal. The Germans formed a tight shield wall. The Romans could not break through. Caesar ordered the cavalry to attack the flanks. This disrupted the Germanic formation. The Roman legions charged in. The slaughter began. Ariovistus escaped across the Rhine. His army was destroyed. This victory established several things. First, Rome's military superiority in Gaul. Second, the Rhine as a boundary. Caesar established it as the limit between Rome and Germania. Third, Caesar's reputation as a general in one campaign season, 58 BC. He defeated two major enemies, the Helvetii and Ariovistus. He saved Gaul from barbarian invasion. At least, that was the story he told to Rome. The reality was more complex. The Helvetii were migrating, not invading. Ariovistus was invited by Gallic tribes, but Caesar controlled the narrative. He portrayed himself as a defender, not an aggressor. This is the first lesson. War needs reasons. Good generals find or create those reasons. Caesar mastered this art. He always found pretexts to invade, attack, conquer. Sometimes the pretexts were real. Sometimes they were fabricated. To Caesar, it didn't matter. What mattered was that they were credible enough to sell in Rome. In 57 BC, Caesar turned northeast to confront the Belgic tribes. Caesar described them as the bravest of the Gauls because they were the farthest from Roman civilization and the least softened. The Belgic tribes, fearing Roman conquest, formed an alliance. According to Caesar, there were about 300,000 warriors. Caesar had 8 legions, now close to 50,000 men. He had recruited new legions during the winter, using the spoils from the first campaign season to pay for them. The numbers still favored the Gauls, but the Romans had discipline, organization, and Caesar. The campaign was a series of sieges and battles. Caesar employed his favorite tactic, divide and conquer. He did not attack the entire alliance. He isolated individual tribes and defeated them one by one. The Nemirians were besieged in their fortress. The Nervi nearly defeated Caesar at the Sabris River, a rare setback. The Sabris River deserves detailed explanation because it reveals something about Caesar as a general. He made mistakes. He underestimated the Nervi. He allowed his legions to camp without proper reconnaissance. The Nervi attacked suddenly from the forest, with incredible speed. 2 Roman legions nearly collapsed. Officers were killed. Soldiers panicked. It was close to disaster. What did Caesar do? He did not command from a distance. He grabbed a shield and rushed into the battle. He called soldiers by name. He shamed the cowards. He praised the brave. His personal presence stabilized the line. The soldiers saw their general fighting, risking his life alongside them. They rallied. They reorganized. Other legions arrived. The Nervi were surrounded and slaughtered. Caesar claimed that only 500 survived out of 60,000 Nervi warriors. This may be an exaggeration, but the victory was real. What does the Sabris River teach us about Caesar's leadership? First, his willingness to share danger. Many generals command from the rear. Caesar fought on the front lines. This built a loyalty among his soldiers that could not be denied. Second, his resilience. He made mistakes. He acknowledged them by risking his life to correct them. Third, his personal charisma. His presence, his voice, his ability to remember names turned routes into victories. This was not just tactics, it was psychology. This is the second lesson. Leadership matters most in a crisis. Anyone can lead when everything is going well. True leaders emerge when things fall apart. They do not blame. They go to the hardest place and stabilize it. Caesar did this time and again. This is why his soldiers would follow him anywhere. In 55 BC, Caesar did something bold. He invaded Britain. Why? There was no good strategic reason. Britain posed no threat to Gaul. It held no great wealth. It was at the edge of the world, foggy, mysterious, almost unknown. But that was precisely the point. Britain was a mythical place in the Roman imagination. The end of the ocean, the boundary of the civilized world. To conquer it, or even just to reach it, would be an incredible achievement. No Roman general had ever been there. Caesar would be the first. The glory would be immense. So he built a fleet, loaded 2 legions, and crossed the Channel. The Britons, who had never seen Roman legions before, were initially terrified. But they gathered on the beach. The landing was difficult. The waves were high. The soldiers, weighed down by heavy armor, hesitated. Then, according to Caesar, the standard-bearer of the 10th Legion did something incredible. He leapt into the sea, holding the sacred eagle standard high, and shouted, "Jump after me, soldiers, unless you want to surrender the eagle to the enemy. As for me, I will fulfill my duty to the Republic and our general." The soldiers, unable to bear the shame of the eagle being captured, followed. They fought in the sea, reached the beach, and defeated the Britons. It is a great story. It might be true. It was certainly effective propaganda. Caesar understood the power of symbols. The eagle was not just a flag. It was the soul of the legion. Losing it was an unimaginable disgrace. By putting the eagle in danger, the standard-bearer inspired the entire legion. By recording this story, Caesar showcased Roman values: courage, honor, duty. The British expeditions, 2 of them, in 55 and 54 BC, achieved almost nothing militarily. Caesar arrived, fought a few battles, conquered some coastal tribes, and then left. He did not occupy any territory. He did not establish permanent fortifications. He brought back almost no spoils. The first expedition was nearly a disaster when a storm destroyed his ships and almost stranded him on the island. But in Rome, these expeditions were celebrated as great victories. The Senate voted for 20 days of public thanksgiving, an unprecedented honor. Why? Because Caesar had reached the edge of the world. He went where no Roman had gone before. He brought back stories from the mysterious island about tribes fighting with chariots, about tin mines inland, about enormous tides. These stories captured the Roman imagination. This is the third lesson. Perception can be more important than reality. Caesar achieved almost nothing in Britain, but he controlled the narrative. He made it look like an epic achievement. Rome believed him. This solidified his status as the greatest living general. In 52 BC, Caesar faced his greatest challenge. Vercingetorix, a young noble from the Arverni tribe, did what no Gaul had done before. He united dozens of tribes into a coalition against Rome. It wasn't easy. Gallic tribes often fought each other more than they fought outside enemies. But Vercingetorix had charisma, strategic thinking, and a deep hatred for Rome. He convinced the tribes that Rome was the common enemy. Only by uniting could they defeat Caesar. He adopted a clever strategy. Instead of fighting the Roman legions in open battle, where they would lose, he scorched the earth, burned crops, destroyed supplies, harassed Roman columns, starved the Romans without food. Even the invincible legions would collapse. It almost worked. Vercingetorix lured Caesar to Gergovia, a hilltop fortress. Caesar laid siege to it. But Vercingetorix's defenses were too strong. The Roman assault was repelled. Soldiers died. Caesar, for the first time in Gaul, was forced to retreat. This was a genuine defeat, not a tactical withdrawal. The news spread throughout Gaul. The Romans could be beaten. Caesar was not invincible. More tribes joined Vercingetorix. Caesar was in real danger. His armies, scattered across Gaul, could be picked off one by one. His supply lines were harassed. His allies deserted him. He needed a decisive victory, and quickly he got it at Alesia. Vercingetorix, attempting to relieve a besieged ally tribe, was himself trapped at Alesia, a hilltop fortress. Caesar besieged it. But this time, he faced a double problem. Vercingetorix had 80,000 warriors inside the fortress. A Gallic relief army, 250,000 strong. was on the way. Caesar's solution was an engineering masterpiece. He constructed a double siege line. The inner line, 18 kilometers long, encircled Alesia, trapping Vercingetorix. The outer line, 21 kilometers long, faced outward to withstand the approaching relief army. Both lines were equipped with trenches, stakes, traps, and towers. The Romans, 60,000 strong, were trapped in the middle, surrounded by 150,000 enemies on both sides. It was a desperate situation. Yet it was also a brilliant strategy. If the fortifications held, Caesar could simultaneously besiege the stronghold and repel the rescuers. For weeks, the Romans built. Vercingetorix attacked the inner line, attempting to break through. He was repelled. Then the relief army arrived. They assaulted the outer line. From within, Vercingetorix attacked again. The Romans fought on both fronts. The battle raged for days. The Roman lines came close to collapse several times. At the most critical moment, Caesar personally led his final reserves, including Germanic cavalry, to charge at the weakest point. His red general's cloak was visible on the battlefield. Seeing him, the soldiers rallied. The Germanic cavalry struck the Gauls' flank. The Gallic line collapsed. The relief force fled. Inside the fortress, Vercingetorix saw the rescue attempt fail. He was defeated. The next day, he rode out of Alesia, wearing his finest armor, and surrendered to Caesar. It is said he rode around Caesar once, then dismounted, sat at his feet in silence. Caesar sent him to Rome, where he was imprisoned for 6 years, then paraded in Caesar's triumph before being executed. This was the brutality of Roman victory. Vercingetorix, Gaul's greatest hero, was humiliated and executed as a trophy. Alesia ended Gallic resistance. Not immediately. Sporadic revolts would continue for over a year. But Vercingetorix's defeat broke the alliance's backbone. Without him, the tribes could not remain united. They surrendered one by one. Caesar brutally punished the rebels and treated those who surrendered early with leniency. This was a deliberate policy. To show the cost of resistance and the benefits of submission by 51 BC, Gaul was pacified. Caesar's 8-year campaign was over. The equivalent of modern France, Belgium, Switzerland, and parts of Germany were now Roman territory. It was a monumental achievement, but at what cost? Caesar claimed in fake commentaries on the Gallic War, that his army fought 3 million enemies. Modern historians estimate 1 million Gauls died in the war. Another million were enslaved. Entire tribes were erased. Cultures were destroyed. It was genocide by modern standards. Caesar would have called it civilization, bringing Roman law and order to the barbarians. Every winter when the campaign season ended, Caesar wrote. He produced the commentaries on the Gallic War, a 7-volume account of his 8 years of campaigning. It is an extraordinary text from a literary perspective. It is a masterpiece of Latin prose, clear, concise, and vivid. From a historical standpoint, it is a valuable description of Gaul, Germania, and Britain. But from a political angle, it is a work of propaganda genius. Caesar wrote in the third person. Caesar did this, Caesar did that. This created the illusion of objectivity, as if a historian were recording facts, but Caesar was both recording and shaping his own history. He justified every one of his campaigns. The enemy was always the aggressor. Rome was always the defender. Caesar was always reluctantly forced into conflict. His soldiers were always brave. His allies were always loyal. His victories were always deserved. But even smarter was the distribution. Caesar regularly sent scrolls of the fake commentaries to Rome. They were read aloud publicly. They were copied and circulated. They were discussed in the Senate, recited in the Forum, debated at banquets. Caesar was in Gaul, hundreds of miles away, but his voice was heard in Rome every day. He controlled the narrative of his campaigns. His political enemies couldn't refute it because they weren't there. His supporters could quote his own words. This is the fourth lesson. Record your own history. Don't let others define your achievements. Caesar understood that, if he didn't tell his story, his enemies would. They would twist his victories, exaggerate his failures, question his motives, so he preempted them. He wrote the authoritative version. 2,000 years later, we still understand the Gallic Wars, primarily through Caesar's own words. That is the ultimate propaganda success. But we must question Caesar's narrative. Modern scholars grapple with the Gallic Wars. How much is true? How much is fiction? Caesar's numbers, 3 million enemies, may be exaggerated. His descriptions of his own motives are always defensive, often dubious. His portrayals of the enemy are always threatening, possibly unfair. Yet we cannot know for certain, because the Gauls left no written records. We have only Caesar's version. The victors write history. That is the fifth lesson: control the record, and you control the legacy. Caesar not only conquered Gaul, he conquered the narrative of that conquest. He made himself the bringer of civilization, not the aggressor. 2 millennia of historians, including this one, are still wrestling with Caesar's self-narrative. That is true power. The Gallic Wars established Caesar as one of the greatest military commanders in history. What made him so effective? First. Speed. Caesar's legions moved at an unprecedented pace. They could march 40 kilometers a day, fully laden. This allowed Caesar to appear before the enemy expected him. At Bibracte, he caught up with the Helvetii who were trying to flee. At Itulesia, he arrived before Vercingetorix could reinforce his defenses. Speed gave him the initiative. Second, engineering. Roman legions did not just fight, they built. Caesar constructed bridges across the Rhine in 10 days. An engineering marvel. At Alesia, the siege works were a masterpiece. In Britain, he built ships. This ability to build gave Caesar flexibility. He was not constrained by terrain. Rivers were not barriers. Mountains were not defenses. He could go anywhere, fight anyone. Third, psychological warfare. Caesar understood that war was not merely physical, it was psychological. He employed fear in the massacre of the Usipetes and Tencteri tribes. He killed or enslaved 430,000 people, according to his own records. This terrified other tribes into submission. But he also used generosity. He treated enemies who surrendered early with leniency. He granted them autonomy, light taxes, and Roman protection. This encouraged others to surrender rather than fight. He played hope against fear. It was brutal, but effective. Fourth, flexibility. Caesar did not adhere to rigid tactics. He adapted to each enemy. Against the Gauls, he used tight formations and projectile weapons. Against the Germans, he employed cavalry and rapid maneuvers. Against British chariots, he mixed light infantry and cavalry. He learned, adapted, and improved. This flexibility made him nearly impossible to defeat. Fifth, and most crucially, his bond with his soldiers. Caesar's legions were not merely loyal to Rome. They were loyal to Caesar. He built this over 8 years of shared danger, victory, and wealth. He remembered names. He addressed them as comrades, rather than soldiers in his speeches. He made them rich from spoils and bonuses. He never asked them to do what he would not do himself. At the Sabbaths, he fought alongside them. At Alesia, he committed his last reserves, risking his life with them. In return, his soldiers would do anything for him. Anything. Even, as they would soon prove, march on Rome itself. This is the sixth and most vital lesson. Armies follow leaders they trust. Loyalty is not commanded. It is earned. Caesar earned it through 8 years of blood, sweat, and gold. When he needed that loyalty, when he asked them to do the unthinkable, cross the Rubicon, and defy the Republic itself. They did not hesitate. For they were not soldiers of Rome. They were Caesar's soldiers. But we cannot conclude the Gallic Wars without confronting the moral cost. 1 million dead, 1 million enslaved, an entire culture, language, and way of life erased. What Caesar accomplished in 8 years amounts to genocide by modern standards. He would have called it conquest, Romanization, civilization. The Gauls were brought into the Roman world. They gained Roman laws, roads, cities within generations. They would become Roman citizens, proudly serving the empire. But what of that first generation? Those who were killed, enslaved, who watched their world end. They had no choice. Their descendants may have benefited, but they paid the price. This is the 7th lesson, the most uncomfortable one. Empires are built on corpses. Civilization spreads through violence. Progress comes at a cost, and that cost is often paid by those who had no choice. Caesar was a great general. He was also a mass murderer. Both are true. We cannot celebrate one and ignore the other. 50 BC, the Gallic Wars ended. 8 years, 50 battles, 800 sieges or skirmishes, 3 million enemies Caesar claimed. Caesar is now 50 years old. He is Rome, as most famous general. He is wealthy from spoils and plunder. He has an army, 10 legions, nearly 60,000 men, absolutely loyal to him. He has political alliances, though the first triumvirate is broken. Crassus died in Parthia in 53 BC, trying to match Caesar's glory with conquest. In the east, Pompey, Caesar's former ally, is now allied with the Senate against him. Rome waits, but not for a hero returning in triumph. The Senate, dominated by Cato and the conservatives, wants to destroy Caesar. They want to strip him of his command, force him to return as a private citizen, where he can be prosecuted for his crimes, real and fabricated. Caesar faces a choice: submit and be destroyed, or rebel and start a civil war. He will choose rebellion. The Rubicon awaits. But that is another story. For the next part, now in 50 BC, Caesar is in Gaul with his legions, planning his next move. The conqueror prepares to become a rebel. In the 5th of June 3 BC, disastrous news reached Rome. Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome, 1/3 of the first triumvirate, had been killed in battle at Carcar. He had sought to match the military glory of Pompey and Caesar through conquest in the east. He invaded Parthia, modern-day Iran, with 44,000 men. The Parthians destroyed his army with horse archers. Crassus was killed during negotiations. It is said the Parthians poured molten gold into his mouth, mocking his thirst for wealth. His head was sent to the Parthian king and used as a prop in a theatrical performance. This was one of the most humiliating defeats in Roman history. But for Caesar and Pompey, it was a political disaster. Crassus had been the buffer between them. His money and influence had kept the triumvirate functioning. Without him, the alliance was down to 2. Pompey and Caesar, allies turned rivals. To make matters worse, in 54 BC, Julia died. She was Caesar's only daughter and Pompey's wife. The marriage was initially political, part of the terms of the triumvirate. But Pompey, despite being 24 years older than Julia, truly loved her. She died in childbirth, and the baby died a few days later. Pompey was heartbroken. So was Caesar, having lost his beloved daughter. But it wasn't just a personal loss. Julia was the only remaining personal bond between Caesar and Pompey. Her life made them family. Her death made them rivals. Caesar proposed a new marriage alliance to replace it. He would marry Pompey's daughter, and Pompey would marry Caesar's great-niece. But Pompey refused. Instead, he married the daughter of Scipio, a conservative senator and Caesar's enemy. The message was clear: Pompey was aligning with the Senate against Caesar. Rome descended into chaos in the late 50s BC. Claudius Caesar's thug ally was killed by Milo, a thug for the conservatives. Street gangs battled, elections were disrupted by violence. There were no consuls in 53 and 52 BC because candidates could not be elected. The Senate was paralyzed. No one could govern in desperation. The Senate did the unthinkable. They appointed Pompey sole consul without a colleague in 52 BC. This was close to a dictatorship. It violated republican principles, but it worked. Pompey restored order. He used his veterans. He suppressed the violence. He forced elections. Rome functioned again, but at what cost? Pompey was now the master of Rome. In effect, the Senate depended on him. The army obeyed him. He was the strongman Rome turned to when republican institutions failed. The rise of Pompey directly threatened Caesar. If Pompey controlled Rome, and if the Senate supported him, they could recall Caesar, strip him of his command, and prosecute him. During his 8 years in Gaul, Caesar had done many illegal things. He launched unauthorized wars. He massacred tribes. He plundered provinces. His enemies had a long list of charges. If he returned as a private citizen, without the immunity of command, he would be prosecuted, convicted, exiled, or worse. His career would be over. His life might also end, so Caesar could not simply return. He needed protection. He needed another office that would grant him immunity. The best, but the Senate would not allow him to run for consul unless he first gave up his command. This was the trap. Give up the command and become vulnerable. Keep the command and be declared an enemy of the state. It was an impossible choice. Caesar would find a third way. In 50 BC, tensions reached their peak. The Senate debated Caesar. Cato and the conservatives demanded that he immediately disband his armies and return as a private citizen. They argued that his command in Gaul expired on the 1st of March, 49 BC. He should obey the law. Caesar's supporters, including the tribunes Marcus Antonius, Antony, and Cassius Longinus, argued for compromise. Caesar would give up most of his legions but retain 2 and his provinces until he could stand for consul in 48 BC. This seemed reasonable, but the conservatives refused. They did not want compromise. They wanted Caesar's destruction. They saw him as a threat to the Republic, a potential tyrant who must be stopped before it was too late. They were not entirely wrong. Caesar was a threat, but their refusal to compromise would turn danger into disaster. On the 7th of January 49 BC, the Senate passed the Senatus Consultum Ultimum. Let the consuls, praetors, tribunes, and all proconsuls near the city see to it that the Republic suffers no harm. It was a declaration of a state of emergency. It granted Pompey emergency powers. It effectively declared Caesar an enemy of the state. The tribunes Antony and Longinus, supporters of Caesar, attempted to veto. They were threatened. The Senate mob attacked them. They were forced to flee Rome in disguise to save their lives. This was the collapse of the constitution. Tribunes were sacrosanct. Attacking them was sacrilege. Expelling them was illegal. But the Senate did it. In desperation, in fear. They gave Caesar what he needed: a cause for war, violation of the tribunes, a threat to his life, an aggressive Senate. He would claim he had to protect the Republic, protect the people's tribunes, protect himself. It was propaganda, but it was credible propaganda. The news reached Caesar in Ravenna, a small town on the edge of the province of Gaul. Antony and Longinus, having fled Rome, told him what had happened. The Senate's final resolution, the tribunes expelled. Pompey gathering his legions, Rome had declared war on him, in effect. Caesar faced the greatest decision of his career. He could submit, disband his legions, return to Rome. Face trial, possibly exile. Certain political death. Or he could fight. Lead his legions across the Rubicon, the boundary from Gaul into Italy, march on Rome itself. Start a civil war. It would make him a traitor, an enemy of the state. But it would give him a chance to fight, a chance to survive, a chance at power. It was not an easy choice. It was a gamble for everything. Succeed, and he would become master of Rome. Fail, and he would die a traitor. There was no middle ground. The 10th of January 49 BC, Caesar and his 13th legion, one of his most trusted legions, about 5,000 men, reached the Rubicon River. This was a small stream, somewhere in northern Italy, the boundary from Gaul into Italy. Roman law forbade a general from bringing an army across this river into Italy. To do so was treason. But Caesar had no choice. Or, he thought he didn't. He paused at the river. He knew the weight of what he was about to do. According to the Roman historian Suetonius, Caesar spoke with his officers. He said it was still possible to turn back, but once they crossed, everything would be decided by arms. Then he quoted the Greek playwright Menander. In Greek, phe, let the die be cast. In Latin, elia iacta est. The die is cast. It is one of the most famous phrases in history. Caesar crossed the river. The 13th legion followed. They marched into Italy. The civil war began. But wait, what really happened? The story, the quote about the dice, the pause by the river, all of this comes from later sources. In his own account of the civil war, Caesar never mentions pausing at the river. He portrays the crossing as a simple strategic move, not a dramatic moment. Why the difference? Because Caesar wanted to make his actions seem inevitable, forced. Not a dramatic choice, but a necessary response. Later writers, like Suetonius and Plutarch, wanted drama. They created iconic scenes. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. Caesar might have paused. He might have quoted Menander, or he might have simply given the order and moved. Either way, the action was real. He crossed the river. He started the civil war. The die is cast has become the eternal metaphor for irreversible decisions. Once you cross certain lines, you cannot go back. Once you take certain actions, consequences follow, whether you like it or not. This is the first lesson from the Rubicon. Identify your Rubicon moments. Those points in your life or career where you must make irreversible choices, move forward or retreat, take risks or play it safe, change or stagnate. These moments are terrifying because there is no taking them back, but they are also defining, they shape who you become. Caesar could have retreated, disbanded his army, accepted exile, lived on the margins of history. Instead, he crossed over. He cast the die. He bet everything. This made him the master of Rome. It also led to his death under 23 stab wounds. Both began with crossing that small river. What happened after Caesar crossed the Rubicon shocked everyone, including Caesar himself. He had expected resistance. The cities of Italy were garrisoned by Pompey's men. There should have been sieges, battles, slow progress. Instead, the cities surrendered without a fight. Rimini, Arezzo, Pesaro, Fano, Ancona, one after another, they opened their gates. The garrisons. Pompey's veterans refused to confront Caesar's legions. Why? Several reasons. First, morale. Pompey's veterans lacked the fighting spirit of Caesar's soldiers. They were old men, retired, recalled to service. Caesar's legions were professionals, 8 years fighting in Gaul, loyal to their commander. Second, propaganda. Caesar spread the word that he was not an invader. He was a defender, protecting the people's tribunes, protecting himself from illegal attack. He promised clemency to anyone who joined him. He punished no one. This made defection easy. But the smartest move was Caesar's policy of clemency. Any Pompeian officer he captured, he released. Not as prisoners, as free men. He gave them a choice: join him or go home. Many joined. Others remained neutral. Almost none continued to fight for Pompey. Why? Because Caesar cleverly contrasted himself with Pompey. Pompey would execute traitors. Caesar forgave them. Pompey ruled through fear. Caesar, at least in the beginning, through generosity. It was shrewd psychology. It sapped the enemy's morale. If you knew surrender meant death, you would fight to the end. If you knew surrender meant forgiveness, even reward, why would you fight? Caesar's clemency was not mercy. It was a weapon. It conquered Italy more effectively than swords. This is the second lesson in civil war. Hearts and minds are as important as armies. Brutality creates resistance. Generosity undermines it. Caesar understood this. It would win him the civil war. Ironically, it would also lead to his death when those he forgave betrayed him. Pompey, in Rome, was shocked by the collapse of Italy. He had not anticipated this. He believed the cities would hold firm. He thought his prestige would rally Italy. He was wrong. Caesar moved too quickly. Italy surrendered too easily. Pompey made a strategic decision. He would not defend Rome in Italy. He would retreat to Greece, where he had more troops, more resources. He would build strength, then counterattack. It was a reasonable strategy, but it looked like flight. Pompey abandoned Rome. Pompey, the great defender of Rome, fled to Greece. A propaganda disaster, the Senate, or the conservative faction within it, followed him. They too fled Rome. Caesar, without fighting a major battle, controlled Italy and Rome itself. He entered the city, not as a conqueror, but as a bringer of peace. He respected the temples. He did not confiscate property. He did not execute his enemies. He behaved like a concerned citizen, not a tyrant. However, Caesar could not immediately pursue Pompey. He had a problem. Pompey had 7 legions in Spain, commanded by his lieutenants. If Caesar went to Greece to chase Pompey, the Spanish legions would attack Italy from the rear. Caesar needed to neutralize them first, so he went to Spain in the spring of 49 BC. He left Antony to defend Italy. He left Lepidus in charge of Rome. He marched west with 6 legions. The battle took place at Ilerda, modern-day Lida, in northeastern Spain. Pompey's army, commanded by Afranius and Petreius, was in a strong position. Caesar could not simply attack. He would have lost too many men. Instead, he used maneuver. He cut off their supply lines. He built bridges across the river, giving his army an advantage. He waited patiently. A few weeks later, Pompey's army found itself in a desperate situation. No food, no water, surrounded. They attempted to flee. Caesar pursued. He caught them, but he did not attack. He proposed negotiations. Pompey's officers, realizing they were defeated, surrendered. Caesar, true to his policy of clemency, let them all go. He even gave them money to return home. The entire Pompeian army, over 30,000 men, was neutralized without a major battle. This was the pinnacle of Caesar as a strategist. He won the campaign through maneuver and patience, not bloodshed. He won over enemies through generosity, not cruelty. Spain was pacified. Caesar could now turn east, toward Pompey, toward the decisive confrontation. Let us pause to reflect on the weight of Caesar crossing the Rubicon. This was not a foreign war. It was civil war. Rome against Rome, citizen against citizen. Sometimes, literally, brother against brother. At Pharsalus, Caesar's later decisive battle with Pompey, families would fight on both sides. Friends killed friends. Teachers faced students. This was tragedy. Not just tactics, civil war destroys more than armies. It tears apart the social fabric, the networks of trust, the bonds that make civilization work. Caesar knew this. He had seen it in his childhood. During the civil wars of Marius and Sulla, he knew the cost. He crossed anyway, because for him, the alternative, submission and ruin, was unacceptable. But that does not make the decision any less terrible. This is the third lesson. Civil wars are the worst kind of wars. They have no victors, only survivors. Caesar would win the war against Pompey, but Rome would lose. The Republic would die, killed by civil war, killed by the unwillingness of both Caesar and Pompey to compromise. Both could have stepped back. The Senate might have allowed Caesar to run for consul while keeping his command. Caesar might have given up his army, trusting in Roman justice, but neither trusted the other. Both were too proud to yield, so they fought. Rome bled. Hundreds of thousands would die, not barbarians, Roman citizens. This is the fourth lesson. When compromise fails, when neither side will give way, violence follows. That violence rarely resolves the underlying dispute. It merely determines which side can impose its will. Caesar would impose his. But an imposed peace is not true peace. It is merely a suspended conflict. The fifth and most crucial lesson. The Rubicon was the moment of the Republic's death, not the final moment that would come on the Ides of March in 44 BC. When Caesar was assassinated, or perhaps in 31 BC, when Octavian defeated Antony to become Augustus. But the Rubicon was the point of no return. Once a general led his army against his own state, the principles of the Republic were irreparably broken. If Caesar could do this and succeed, why couldn't others? The answer is, they could and they would. Civil war would follow civil war. Augustus, Caesar's heir, would eventually establish peace, but it would be the peace of an empire, not a republic. Rule by one man, an emperor. The word itself, imperator, came from Caesar. He was the first. He killed the republic, even as he claimed to save it. That is the deepest irony. Caesar said he was protecting the republic from the tyranny of Pompey and the Senate, but he protected it by destroying it. He crossed the Rubicon to save himself. In doing so, he killed a system that had given Rome freedom for 500 years. Rome would survive. It would even thrive. But it would never be a republic again. In 48 BC, Caesar finally caught up with Pompey. In Greece, Pompey had time. He had assembled a massive army. 11 legions, about 50,000 infantry, plus 7,000 cavalry. He controlled the seas thanks to his fleet. He had supplies brought in from across the east. He had established a strong base at Dyrrhachium, in what is now Albania. Caesar had 7 legions, about 22,000 men, smaller and weary. His supply lines were fragile. His fleet was insufficient. On paper, Pompey should have won. He had every advantage, but he also had weaknesses. His army was new, untested. Many soldiers were conscripts, not volunteers. His officers quarreled, and the senatorial faction fought politically even within the camp. Most importantly, Pompey was indecisive. He was 58, once a great general, but he had lost his edge. He did not want to take risks. He wanted time and supplies to wear Caesar down. At Dyrrhachium, Caesar attempted the impossible. He tries to encircle Pompey's camp, which traced 24-kilometer long line of fortifications. It was an act of mad ambition. His army was too small to blockade such a vast perimeter. Yet Caesar tried for weeks. The Romans built. Pompey, inside, watched and waited. Then he struck. He broke through a weak point in Caesar's lines. Caesar's army, for the first time in years, fled. It was a defeat, not catastrophic. Caesar kept his army intact, but a defeat nonetheless. Soldiers died. Others panicked. The myth of Caesar's invincibility was shattered. Pompey could have pursued. He could have destroyed Caesar's army, but he did not. He hesitated. It was a fatal mistake. Caesar, though defeated, withdrew into the interior of Greece. Pompey, under pressure from the Senate, for a quick victory, followed. the 9th of August, 48 BC. The plain of Pharsalus, central Greece. Two armies face each other. Pompey, 45,000 infantry, 7,000 cavalry. Caesar, 22,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry. Pompey has twice the numbers. His plan is simple. He will crush Caesar's right flank with his overwhelming cavalry, then surround Caesar's army from the rear. It is a sound plan. Caesar sees it coming. He does something clever. He draws 6 cohorts, about 2,000 men, from his third line and hides them behind his right flank. He instructs them to specifically target the horses of the cavalry, thrusting their javelins directly into the riders' faces. This is not traditional tactics, but Caesar is not bound by tradition. The battle begins. Pompey's cavalry charges, just as Caesar predicted, against Caesar's right flank. Caesar's cavalry, outnumbered, retraced, seemingly confirming Pompey's plan. Pompey's cavalry gave chase. Then Caesar's hidden infantry emerged. They charged at Pompey's cavalry, aiming their javelins at their faces. The effect was psychological, not merely physical. Pompey's cavalry, many of whom were young Roman nobles, had never seen such tactics. They feared disfigurement. They turned and fled. The entire cavalry wing, 7,000 strong, collapsed. Caesar's hidden infantry now attacked the flank of Pompey's army. Meanwhile, Caesar ordered his main infantry to advance. Pompey's infantry, seeing their cavalry flee, demoralized, began to give way. Pompey, from his command post, realized the battle was lost. He did the unthinkable. He left the battlefield. He rode back to the camp while the battle was still raging. His army, seeing their general depart, collapsed. The Battle of Pharsalus was a complete victory. Pompey's army was annihilated. 15,000 died. 24,000 surrendered. Caesar's losses, only 200. According to his own account, this might be an underestimate. But even if the true number was higher, it was an overwhelming victory. Yet Caesar, gazing upon the battlefield, reportedly did not cheer. Instead, he said something revealing. Hoc voluerunt. They wanted this. Meaning the Senate, Pompey. Those who forced this battle, they wanted war. They got war. Now Roman citizens lay dead because of their obstinacy. Was this genuine remorse or self-justification? Likely both. Caesar was not a monster. He did not take pleasure in killing Romans, but he would also place the blame on his enemies, not himself. This is the first lesson. Even in victory, there are no true winners in a civil war. Caesar won the battlefield, but Rome lost its best citizens. Pompey fled from Greece. He sailed to Egypt, thinking he would find refuge there. He had reason to believe so. He had once supported the father of Ptolemy X, the king of Egypt. The young Ptolemy, now 13 years old, owed him a debt of gratitude. Pompey's ships approached Alexandria. Messengers from the Egyptian court came out to meet him. They invited Pompey onto a small boat to go ashore. Pompey's wife, Cornelia, begged him not to go. She did not trust the Egyptians, but Pompey, weary and desperate, boarded the boat. He took a few companions with him. As the boat neared the shore, Egyptian soldiers attacked. They stabbed Pompey from behind. He tried to resist, but he was too old and too tired. They killed him in front of his wife and friends, who watched from his ship. The Egyptians cut off Pompey's head. They presented it as a gift to Caesar. Why did the Egyptians kill Pompey? Cold calculation. The advisors of the young Ptolemy, Pothinus, and Achilles, reasoned as follows. If they protected Pompey, Caesar would attack Egypt. If they refused him, Pompey might return seeking revenge. But if they killed Pompey, Caesar would be grateful. They would side with the victor. It was cynical realism. But it was a miscalculation. A few days later, Caesar arrived in Egypt, pursuing Pompey. The Egyptians showed him Pompey's head and his signet ring. Caesar, it is said, wept. He ordered Pompey's remains to be buried with honor. He executed Achilles. One of the assassins, he punished the Egyptians for their betrayal, even though it had helped him. Why? Partly, genuine grief. Pompey was his friend, once his son-in-law. Partly, politics. Caesar needed to show he respected the dignity of a Roman general, even a defeated enemy. Partly principle. Betrayal was abhorrent, even when it benefited him. The death of Pompey marked the end of the main phase of the civil war. However, it did not bring the war to a close. Pompey's sons, Gnaeus and Sextus, would continue fighting for many years. The senatorial faction would regroup in Africa and Spain. More battles were yet to come. Yet, Pompey's death was symbolic. Pompey the Great, who had once conquered the East, cleared the seas of pirates, and was Rome's most renowned general, was killed by lowly assassins on an Egyptian beach. Not in battle, not in glory, in betrayal. This was the second lesson. Glory is fleeting. Pompey conquered the world in his 20s. At 59, he died in humiliation, pursued by former allies and betrayed by those he had helped. Power, honor, reputation, all can vanish in an instant. Pompey's life serves as a warning. Ambition can elevate you, but it can also destroy you if you do not know when to stop, when to compromise, when to accept that you cannot have everything. Caesar remained in Egypt and became entangled in the Ptolemaic succession crisis. Ptolemy III and his sister Cleopatra VII were engaged in a civil war. Both claiming the throne, Cleopatra, 21 years old, intelligent, ambitious, and eloquent, had been driven out of Alexandria. She needed an ally. She chose Caesar. In the famous story, she had herself smuggled into the palace, wrapped in a carpet or bedsheet. The carpet was unrolled, and Cleopatra appeared before Caesar. It was a dramatic entrance. It worked. Caesar, 52 years old, was captivated, partly by her beauty, though ancient sources suggest her charm lay more in her intellect and voice than her appearance, partly by her boldness, partly by political calculation. Cleopatra, as Queen of Egypt, controlled the immense wealth Rome needed. Ptolemy was a boy, controlled by advisors. The choice was easy. The relationship between Caesar and Cleopatra was a blend of passion and politics. They became lovers, without a doubt. Cleopatra soon became pregnant. She would give birth to a son, Ptolemy Caesar, known as Caesarion, Little Caesar. Caesar never publicly acknowledged the boy, but everyone knew. Yet, the relationship was also political. Cleopatra needed Roman support against her brother. Caesar needed Egypt's wealth and an ally. They used each other, but they also, it seems, genuinely liked one another. Caesar stayed in Egypt for 9 months, far longer than necessary. They sailed the Nile together on a luxurious royal barge. They lived in the palace at Alexandria. They planned a future with Cleopatra ruling Egypt, backed by Rome. This is the third lesson. Passion and politics can mix, but they are rarely balanced equally. Did Caesar love Cleopatra? Possibly, but he also used her. She used him. That does not make the relationship unreal, but it makes it complicated. But Caesar's stay in Egypt was not all romance. Ptolemy's advisors, enraged by Caesar's support for Cleopatra, attacked. The Alexandrian War began. It was urban combat, street fighting, brutal and chaotic. Caesar's army was small. Surrounded by a larger Egyptian force, he came close to being killed several times. On one occasion, he was forced to jump into the harbor and swim to escape, reportedly holding important documents above his head with one hand. Fire spread to parts of Alexandria. The famous library, the greatest of the ancient world, was partially burned. It was a cultural tragedy, with thousands of scrolls of ancient knowledge lost. Caesar would later be blamed for this, though the fire was accidental, a result of the war, not deliberate destruction. Eventually, reinforcements arrived from Asia Minor. Caesar defeated Ptolemy's army. Ptolemy drowned in the Nile while fleeing. Cleopatra became queen, nominally co-ruling with her younger brother. Caesar left 3 legions to secure her power. After leaving Egypt, Caesar hurried to Asia Minor. There, Pharnaces II, king of Pontus and son of Mithridates, VC, had taken advantage of the civil war to invade Roman territory. He had defeated several Roman generals and was threatening the eastern provinces. Caesar could not tolerate this. He marched to confront Pharnaces. On the 2nd of August, 47 BC, at Zela, the 2 armies met. The battle lasted 4 hours. Caesar's legions, more disciplined and experienced, crushed Pharnaces' army. Pharnaces fled and was later killed. The entire campaign, from Caesar's arrival in Asia Minor to the decisive victory, took only 5 days. It was an incredible speed. Caesar sent to Rome what became history's most famous military dispatch. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. 3 words, each of 2 syllables in Latin, concise, powerful, unforgettable. I came, I saw, I conquered, became Caesar's signature phrase. It encapsulated his entire military philosophy. Speed, decisiveness, overwhelming force, not slow sieges, but swift strikes, not prolonged campaigns, but rapid victories. This is the 4th lesson. In war and business, speed is an advantage. Caesar always moved faster than his enemies. He arrived before they could prepare. He attacked before they could react. He triumphed before they could recover. This speed made him nearly impossible to defeat. It also made him a legend. I came, I saw, I conquered, has been quoted by countless leaders for 2,000 years. It is the ultimate statement of efficiency, reducing complex campaigns to 3 simple verbs. But the civil war was not yet over. The Pompeian faction regrouped in North Africa. Sextus Pompey, the elder son of Pompey, led them. They allied with Juba, the king of Numidia. They gathered an army, 14 legions, plus Numidian cavalry and light infantry. This was a considerable force. They also had Cato the Younger, a strict republican who rejected Caesar's clemency. Cato preferred death to living under Caesar's rule. He was a symbol of principle and uncompromising dedication to republican values. Caesar, returning to Rome at the end of 47 BC, could not ignore the African threat. He had to destroy this last resistance. At the end of 46 BC, he sailed to Africa with a relatively small army. The landing was difficult. His ships were scattered. His forces were divided. He was nearly defeated in the first few skirmishes. But Caesar recovered. He consolidated his forces. He received reinforcements on the 6th of April, 46 BC, at Thapsus. He caught the enemy army. The senatorial forces were in a strong position, but Caesar found a weakness. He attacked. His veterans from Gaul and Pharsalus shattered the enemy line. A massacre followed. 10,000 died. Many were Roman senators, nobles accompanying the army. Caesar would later claim he tried to stop the slaughter. He would say his soldiers, enraged by the length of the civil war, disobeyed orders. It might be true. It might also be a convenient excuse. Either way, the senatorial faction was destroyed. Juba committed suicide. Sextus Pompey fled. Most importantly, Cato the Younger. In Utica, upon hearing the news of the defeat at Thapsus, took his own life. He stabbed himself rather than submit to Caesar. Cato's death was symbolic. He represented the old republic, its values, its principles, its dedication to freedom and the rule of law. He would rather die than live under Caesar's dictatorship. His suicide made him a martyr for the Republican cause. Ironically, it also made Caesar's victory incomplete. Caesar wanted to pardon Cato, to bring him into the new order, to show that even the most stubborn enemies could be reconciled. But Cato rejected that reconciliation. By taking his own life, he denied Caesar the propaganda value of his mercy. More than that, he created a moral high ground. Cato died for his principles. Caesar won power. History would judge which was more valuable. This is the fifth lesson. Martyrdom can be more powerful than survival. Cato's death, more than his life, damaged Caesar. It made Caesar look like a tyrant. Even though he never killed Cato, it drew a moral line between Caesar and the Republic. That line would haunt Caesar. But even Thapsus did not end the war. Gnaeus Pompey, the younger son of Pompey, regrouped in Spain. He gathered 13 legions, many recruited locally. He controlled southern Iberia. Caesar, weary and 55 years old, had to fight once more. At the end of 45 BC, he marched to Spain. On the 17th of March, at Munda, the two armies met. This was the hardest battle of Caesar's career. Pompey's army, positioned on a hillside, fought desperately. Caesar's veterans, exhausted from years of civil war, nearly broke. At one point, Caesar's line wavered. Soldiers began to retreat. Caesar, seeing this, did what he always did. He seized a shield and rushed into the fray. He shouted that his soldiers were cowards to be defeated by such an enemy. He shamed them into resuming the fight. It worked. The line steadied. Caesar's cavalry encircled the enemy forces. Pompey's army collapsed. 30,000 died. Gnaeus Pompey fled, but was later captured and executed. The civil war ended at Munda. Finally, 4 years, from the Rubicon to Spain, hundreds of thousands dead. The entire Roman world turned into a battlefield. Caesar would later say of Munda, "In previous battles, I fought for victory. At Munda, I fought for my life." This reveals the intensity of the struggle. Even the great Caesar, at Munda, came close to defeat. He survived through willpower and personal courage. But what did he also realize? He was too old for this. The civil war had drained him. He wanted peace. He wanted to build, not destroy. He wanted a legacy. But first, he had to consolidate power. He had to become more than just a warlord. He had to become the head of state. He returned to Rome in the autumn of 45 BC for the last time, ready to reshape the Republic in his own image. Let us calculate the cost of the civil war from 49 BC to 45 BC, 4 years of fighting, Pharsalus, Thapsus, Munda, and dozens of minor battles. Caesar claimed in his fake commentaries on the civil war that 1.5 million enemies faced the Roman army. Modern historians estimate between 500,000 and 1 million deaths, military and civilian. The entire Roman Senate, 300 men, more than half died or were exiled in the civil war. Countless cities were sacked. The economy was devastated. Families were torn apart. For what? For the ambitions of two men, Caesar and Pompey. For the stubbornness of the Senate, refusing to compromise. For the failure of Rome's political class to find a peaceful solution. This is the sixth lesson. When institutions fail, when compromise is impossible, the result is catastrophe. The institutions of the Roman Republic, 500 years old, collapsed in a few years of civil war. But the civil war also created something new. From the ruins of the old republic, Caesar built a new order. Dictatorship. This was not tyranny. At least not at the beginning. It was effective governance. Caesar could do what the Senate could not. He could make decisions quickly. He could implement reforms. He could end the chaos. But the price was freedom. Roman citizens still voted. At least in theory, the Senate still convened. but real power lay in the hands of one man, Caesar. This is the seventh and most profound lesson. Crises create a demand for strongmen. When democratic institutions seem broken, when chaos reigns, people turn to the dictator who promises order. They trade freedom for stability. Sometimes this is necessary. Sometimes it is catastrophic. In Caesar's case, it was both. He did bring order, but he also killed the republic. That tension, order versus freedom, would echo through history for 2,000 years. Every crisis, every time democracy seems to fail, the ghost of Caesar appears, the temptation of the dictator, the man who gets things done, the strong man who solves problems. But the price is always the same: freedom. In the autumn of 46 BC, Caesar held the most spectacular celebration in history. Not one triumph, but four consecutive victory parades. Over 4 days, each celebrating a different conquest. Day 1, Gaul. Day 2, Egypt. Day 3, Pontus Zella. Day 4, North Africa. This was unprecedented. No Roman general had ever held 4 triumphs. The processions were magnificent. Chariots carried plundered gold and silver treasures from conquered lands. Captured kings and nobles were displayed in chains. Vercingetorix, the Gallic leader, was exhibited after 6 years in prison, then strangled after the parade. Arsinoe, Cleopatra's sister, was displayed from the Egyptian war. Charts and paintings depicted the battles. Even giraffes, never before seen by Romans, were brought from Africa. But the triumph was more than just a show. It was politics. Caesar showered the people with money. Each Roman citizen received 300 sesterces, a huge sum. Soldiers got even more, from 5 to 20,000 sesterces, depending on rank. In total, Caesar distributed the equivalent of billions in modern currency. He also held feasts, gladiatorial games, and mock naval battles. He flooded the Roman Forum to stage reenactments with real ships. He organized beast hunts featuring lions, elephants, and giraffes. He built temporary amphitheaters to accommodate the crowds. For 10 days, Rome was immersed in entertainment. It was a masterpiece of populism. Caesar bought the people's love with the wealth of his conquests. It worked. The people adored him. He was their champion, bringing them glory and riches. But we must not forget the dark side. Vercingetorix, the Gallic hero, was imprisoned for 6 years only to be paraded in Caesar's triumph, and then executed. That was brutal. Arsinoe, Cleopatra's sister, a teenager, was paraded through the streets of Rome in chains. Thousands of enslaved captives were displayed, their lives shattered, their freedom stripped away. Rome's glory was built on the suffering of others. Caesar's wealth came from plunder. His prestige came from conquest. This is the first lesson. The brilliance of imperialism always has a dark side. Triumphs celebrated conquest, but they also celebrated violence, enslavement, and cultural destruction. Caesar and Rome saw glory. The conquered saw tragedy. Both are true. We cannot celebrate one while ignoring the other. After his triumph, Caesar turned to governance. He was appointed dictator for life in 46 BC and then confirmed in 44 BC. This was unprecedented. Dictatorship in Rome was a temporary emergency measure lasting at most 6 months. Caesar made it permanent with this power. He launched a storm of reforms. His energy was incredible. He was in his 50s, but he worked like a young man. He rose early and worked late into the night. He dictated to multiple secretaries simultaneously. He personally supervised projects. He received visitors. He delivered speeches in the Senate. He planned military campaigns. He designed buildings. He reformed laws. He did everything. First major reform, the Julian calendar. The Roman calendar was chaotic, based on the moon and out of sync with the solar year. It required regular adjustments. Politicians manipulated the calendar for political advantage, adding months to extend their terms. Caesar, consulting the Egyptian astronomer Sosigenes, created a new calendar, the Julian calendar, a solar year of 365 days, with an extra day every 4 years leap year. It was scientifically advanced, accurate. It was implemented on the 1st of January, 45 BC. To realign it, 46 BC had 445 days, the last year of confusion. The Julian calendar would be used for 1600 years, until the Gregorian reform in 1582. Even now, the Gregorian calendar is merely an adjustment of the Julian. Caesar's calendar is one of his most enduring legacies. Every time you look at a calendar, you see Caesar's influence. July, the month of Julius, is named for him. This is the second lesson. Some reforms transcend politics. They become part of civilization. Caesar's calendar wasn't about power, it was about practicality. It solved a real problem. That is why it endured. Building program. Caesar launched the transformation of Rome. He built the Forum of Caesar, a new public square adjacent to the Roman Forum. He constructed the Basilica Julia, a massive public building for commerce and law. He began rebuilding the Senate House, which had been burned down by Clodius's mob. He planned a new library, a new theater, and new temples. He designed works to drain the Tiber River to prevent flooding. He planned a canal through the Pontine marshes to create farmland. He even planned a canal to cut through the Isthmus of Corinth, connecting the two seas of Greece. Many of these projects were only completed after his death, but he started them. His vision was grand, to transform Rome into an imperial capital worthy of the name, with monuments, infrastructure, and public spaces. It was also political building, immortalized his name in stone. Caesar's Forum would stand for centuries, reminding everyone who had reshaped Rome. Phalan distribution and colonization. Caesar allocated land to his veterans, 80,000 men, in Italy and the provinces. He established colonies, new cities for retired soldiers. Across the empire, Corinth, destroyed by Rome in 146 BC, was rebuilt as a Roman colony. Carthage, also destroyed in 146 BC, was similarly rebuilt. This solved several problems. It rewarded the soldiers, maintaining their loyalty. It reduced unemployment in Rome by sending poor citizens to the colonies. It Romanized the provinces, spreading Roman culture and law. This was social engineering on a massive scale. Caesar moved hundreds of thousands of people, reshaping the empire's population. Extension of citizenship. Caesar granted Roman citizenship to entire communities in Gaul, Spain, and Sicily. This was radical. Traditionally, citizenship was granted restrictively. Caesar granted it on a large scale. Why? Partly idealism. He believed Rome should be inclusive. Partly pragmatism. More citizens meant more taxes and soldiers. Partly politics. The new citizens were loyal to Caesar, the man who gave them citizenship. Expansion of the Senate. Caesar expanded the Senate from 600 to 900 members. He added his supporters, soldiers, bankers, people from the provinces, even some Gallic chieftains. Conservative senators were outraged. The Senate was supposed to be an exclusive club for Rome's oldest families. Now it included barbarians and upstarts. What was Caesar doing? He was diluting the power of the old aristocracy. More senators meant each individual senator had less influence. He was also creating a loyal majority. The new senators owed their positions to Caesar. They would vote as he wished. The old senators saw it for what it was, a power grab, the marginalization of the Senate. But they were powerless. Caesar had the army and popular support. Debt relief and economic reforms. Caesar partially canceled debts to help those ruined by the civil war. He capped interest rates. he required creditors to accept property payments at pre-war values. This helped debtors, many of whom were Caesar's supporters. But it alienated creditors, many of whom were wealthy conservatives. Caesar was bestowed with honors like an avalanche, partly voluntary, from a grateful Senate and people, partly manipulated by Caesar himself, partly from flatterers seeking favors. Regardless of the source, the honors piled up: Fay Dictator for life, Fay Unprecedented, Fay Father of the Fatherland, Pater Patrae, Fay traditionally given to revered elders. Caesar received it in his 50s. Fay tribunician power. Fay he could veto any law, convene the popular assembly. But he was not a tribune. He was a patrician. This violated all precedent. Fay inviolability. Fay his person was sacred. To attack him was sacrilege. Fay a month named after him, Quintilis. The 5th month became Julius, July. This was immortality in the calendar. Fay his statue, placed beside those of the gods. Fay alongside divine statues, implying divinity. Fay priests served him. Fay as if he were a god. The golden seat in the Senate. Caesar sat on a special gilded chair, higher than the other senators, the perpetual laurel wreath, a symbol of victory. Caesar could wear it at all times. It is said he liked it because it hid his baldness. The purple robe, the color of kings, not of Roman officials. The Lupercalia festival in the 4th of February 4 BC, Antony, Caesar's deputy, offered Caesar the crown multiple times. Caesar refused each time to the people, who cheered the refusal. This was theater. Antony offered the crown to test the people's reaction. Caesar refused to show he did not want to be king. But the entire scene reinforced the issue. People were talking about Caesar and kingship. Even the refusal made kingship imaginable. What did these honors do? They elevated Caesar above humanity. They made him quasi-divine, quasi-king in form. Rome was still a republic. In substance, Caesar was a monarch. This is the 3rd lesson. Symbols matter. Titles matter. They shape perception. Caesar collected these honors. Each made him more like a king, less like a citizen. But Caesar did something worse. A small thing, really, but symbolically fatal. Phaeton early 44 BC, a delegation from the Senate came to confer new honors upon Caesar. ***, he received them outside the Temple of Venus. He was seated. He did not rise as they approached. It was a profound insult. Roman etiquette demanded that you stand to greet senators. Even a dictator stood. Caesar did not. Why? He later said he had diarrhea and could not stand. No one believed him. The truth was likely that he simply forgot. Or he thought his position no longer required such formalities. Or, worst of all, he wanted to test how far he could go. The senators were outraged. They felt humiliated. Caesar treated them like subjects, not colleagues. It was a minor incident, but it symbolized a larger problem. Caesar had lost touch with Roman sensibilities. Feother insults. Caesar delivered lengthy speeches in the Senate, requiring senators to stand for hours. He appointed officials without consulting traditional procedures. He cancelled elections at the end of 45 BC. He appointed a consul to serve for only 1 day because the incumbent consul died on the 31st of December. This mocked the system. People joked. No one ate breakfast during the consulship of Caninius. It showed Caesar's contempt for republican forms. Fay his response to Senate proposals. Fay when the Senate suggested policies. Caesar sometimes overruled them without consultation. He was not cruel. He simply ignored them. This was a worse insult. Cruelty acknowledges the existence of opponents. Ignoring suggestions implies they are irrelevant. Senators felt like decorations. The Senate, once ruling Rome, became a rubber stamp. Caesar still used it, but he did not respect it. Fake rumor spreads. Fake Caesar wanted to become king. He would formally adopt the title. He would move the capital from Rome to Alexandria, where Cleopatra was, or to Troy, the city he claimed as his ancestral home. He would marry Cleopatra, even though he was already married to Calpurnia. He would make their son Caesarion his heir. He would make himself a god in life, rather than in death. Most of these rumors were false. Caesar had no plans to move the capital. He had no plans to marry Cleopatra, but he also did not refute the rumors. His silence was interpreted as confirmation. Fear grew. This is the fourth lesson. Perception can matter more than intent. Caesar may not have planned to become king, but people believed he did. That belief, not the reality, would kill him. He failed to manage perception. He failed to understand that his actions, both small slights and grand honors, created a narrative of him as an aspiring tyrant. But Caesar also did something extraordinary. He pardoned his enemies. Not just pardoned, he promoted them. Marcus Junius Brutus, who fought against Caesar at Pharsalus, was appointed as urban praetor, one of the highest judicial offices. Gaius Cassius Longinus, another enemy from Pharsalus, was promised the consulship for 41 BC. Marcus Claudius Marcellus, a longtime opponent of Caesar, was pardoned and welcomed back to Rome. Cicero, a senatorial sympathizer, who avoided battle, was treated with respect, and even invited to Caesar's banquets. This was extraordinary leniency. Caesar's enemies expected exile or death. They received forgiveness, even promotion. Why did Caesar do this? Several motivations. First, genuine generosity. Caesar was not inherently cruel. He did not relish revenge. He preferred reconciliation over punishment. Second, political calculation, the contrast between Caesar's clemency and Sulla's brutality. Sulla's prescriptions created a generation of enemies. Caesar's mercy would create grateful supporters. Or so the theory went. Third, pragmatism. Rome needed capable administrators. Many of the best men were among the optimates. Killing them would deprive Rome of their skills. Better to pardon and utilize them. Fourth, confidence. Caesar believed he was indispensable. People needed him. Even former enemies would recognize this and be loyal. He said, according to Plutarch, "My best fortification is mercy." He was wrong. A fatal mistake, because mercy has a dark side. Fate can be perceived as arrogance. I am so powerful I can spare my enemies. Fate creates debts. People dislike being indebted. Brutus owed Caesar his life. That debt, rather than fostering loyalty, bred resentment. The case of Brutus is illustrative. His mother, Servilia, was Caesar's long-term lover. Rumors said Brutus was Caesar's illegitimate son. This might be false. The timing isn't quite right, but people believed it. Caesar's favoritism toward Brutus fueled the rumors. At Pharsalus, Caesar ordered his soldiers not to harm Brutus. After the war, he pardoned him and promoted him rapidly. In 44 BC, Brutus was the urban praetor. He was promised the consulship for 41 BC. Caesar gave Brutus everything. So why did Brutus kill him? Partly ideology. Brutus believed in the Republic. His ancestor Brutus had expelled the kings. He felt obligated to uphold that legacy. But partly also psychology. The more Brutus owed Caesar, the more he resented him. Caesar's generosity was a constant reminder of Brutus's failures, his dependence. That resentment, that humiliation, could transform into the dagger of murder. This is the fifth lesson, the paradox of forgiveness. It can turn enemies into friends, but it can also create deeper resentment. Forgiven enemies are sometimes the most dangerous because they are indebted, because they are humiliated, because they see arrogance in your generosity. In early 44 BC, the warnings began. Faithy soothsayer Spurina Fay warned Caesar that danger would come before the Ides of the 15th of March. Caesar laughed at him. Fay's wife Calpurnia Fay had terrible nightmares. She dreamed that Caesar was assassinated bleeding to death in her arms. She begged him not to go to the Senate on the 15th of March. Faithy omens from sacrifices Fay were unfavorable. The priests examined the entrails of animals, the standard Roman method of divination. The omens remained bad. Fay friends advised Fay Caesar to increase his guard, to be more cautious. Caesar dismissed his Spanish bodyguard. He said he would rather die than live in fear. To live in constant fear is worse than dying once. Was this bravery or foolishness? Perhaps both. Caesar was truly brave. He had faced death in dozens of battles. But he was also arrogant. He believed he was indispensable, invincible. Why did Caesar ignore the warnings? Fay first. Fatigue. Fay was 55, having fought in civil wars for years. He was tired. He wanted peace, not constant vigilance. Fay second. Indispensability. Fay Caesar believed Rome needed him. Who would kill someone? Rome needed. Fay third. Arrogance. Fay Caesar had conquered Gaul, defeated Pompey, and reshaped Rome. He began to believe his own myth. He was Caesar. Caesar could not be killed by petty conspirators. Fay fourth. Miscalculation. Fay Caesar thought the main threat came from outside. The Parthians, the Eastern Empire. He planned a major campaign against them, leaving Rome in mid-March. He believed if he could survive until then, he would be safe. He did not realize the main threat was internal in the Senate, from those he had pardoned and promoted. This is the sixth lesson. Success creates blind spots. Caesar was so focused on his achievements, his plans, that he missed the signs of danger. His confidence, once a strength, became a weakness. He could not imagine being defeated because he had never truly been defeated. That unimaginability would kill him. In February and early March of 44 BC, the conspiracy took shape, not in a single meeting, gradually, cautiously, through private conversations, hints, and probes. Ultimately, more than 60 senators would be involved. But the core group was smaller, about 20 men. Their leaders were two individuals, Fay Cassius Longinus, Fay and Fay Marcus Junius Brutus. Cassius was the driving force. He had fought against Caesar at Pharsalus and was pardoned. He was appointed praetor and promised the consulship for 41 BC. But he resented Caesar. Why? Fay jealousy and personal grievance. Cassius was a capable military commander. He had stabilized the Syrian frontier after the disaster at Carrhae in 53 BC. When Crassus was defeated, he deserved glory. Instead, Caesar got the credit. Cassius also wanted the urban praetorship, the more prestigious post. Caesar gave it to Brutus. Cassius got the lesser one. Plutarch describes Cassius as pale and thin, always appearing discontented. Caesar is said to have distrusted him. "I would rather have fat and smooth men around me," Caesar remarked, "not these pale and thin ones." He was referring to Cassius and Brutus. Cassius's motives were personal. He felt undervalued and overlooked. Every act of generosity from Caesar reminded him of his subordinate status. He owed everything to Caesar. He hated this. But Cassius needed Brutus. Brutus possessed what Caesar lacked: femoral authority. Fay Brutus came from a legendary republican family. His ancestor, Lucius Junius Brutus, had expelled the kings of Rome 500 years earlier and established the Republic. The name Brutus symbolized opposition to tyranny, with Brutus in the conspiracy. It was not merely murder, it was tyrannicide, justified under Roman law. But persuading Brutus was no easy task. He owed Caesar a great debt. Caesar had pardoned him, promoted him, and trusted him. There might even have been a blood tie between them if the rumors were true. Brutus's mother, Servilia, was Caesar's dearest. Caesar treated Brutus like a son. So how did Cassius convince him? Fabi appealing to principle. Brutus was a Stoic philosopher. He believed in virtue, the republic, and the rule of law. Cassius argued that Caesar was destroying all of these. Caesar was a tyrant, even if a benevolent one. Tyranny must be opposed, regardless of personal ties. Brutus had a moral duty, an ancestral duty, to oppose Caesar. Anonymous letters began appearing at Brutus's home, and in his office. "Brutus, are you asleep? You are not the true Brutus." They implied that his ancestors would be ashamed of his inaction. These may have been arranged by Cassius, but they worked. Brutus began to waver. In the end, Brutus agreed, not out of personal ambition, but because of ideology. He truly believed that Caesar must die to save the Republic. This is first lesson. The most dangerous conspirators are not those who plot for power, but those who plot for principle. Cassius wanted power and revenge. That was understandable, predictable, but Brutus wanted to save the Republic. That made him non-negotiable, uncompromising. Idealists are more dangerous than cynics, because they believe they are right. They believe the end justifies the means. Brutus would kill Caesar, a man who loved him, because he believed it was morally necessary. That is cold logic and tragic logic. With Brutus and Cassius as leaders, the conspiracy grew. They recruited carefully. They approached senators. They knew despised Caesar. Decimus, Brutus Albinus, one of Caesar's most trusted generals, who had served in Gaul and the Civil War. Yet even Decimus was recruited. Why? He had been promised the governorship of Gaul, but later Caesar seemed to change his mind. Decimus felt betrayed. Gaius Trebonius, another former lieutenant of Caesar, Tullius Cimber, a praetor, Servilius Casca, a tribune. In total, over 60 senators joined the plot. It was a staggering number. How could so many keep a secret? The answer, they barely did. Rumors swirled in Rome. People spoke of possible assassination attempts, but no one knew the specifics, the date, the names of the assassins. Caesar heard vague warnings, but he ignored them. The motives of the conspirators varied. Fatalists, like Brutus, genuinely believed they were saving the Republic. Ambitious men, like Cassius, wanted power that Caesar would not give them. The offended, like Decimus, felt betrayed or overlooked by Caesar. The fearful, worried that Caesar would make himself king, abolish the Senate, and end their privileges. Opportunists, saw the assassination as a way to rise in the power struggle that would follow. This mix of motives was both the conspiracy's strength and its weakness. Strength, it attracted a wide range of men. Weakness, they had no unified vision for what came after Caesar. They agreed Caesar must die. But then, what? They had no plan. This would prove fatal, not to Caesar, but to the conspirators themselves. This is the second lesson, unity. In opposition is not unity in support. It is easy to oppose a leader. It is hard to create a. The conspirators would kill Caesar, but they would fail to create the republic they imagined. The conspirators debated how and when to strike. At the theater. Too public. Too many guards. At Caesar's home. Sacrilege. A violation of the sacred household. In the street. Too unpredictable. Caesar might be surrounded by guards. In the Senate. Perfect. The Senate meeting was scheduled for the 15th of March, the Ides, to discuss Caesar's upcoming Parthian campaign. Caesar would attend. Guards were not permitted inside the Senate chamber. Only senators. 60 conspirators would be there. They could strike together. They would use daggers, concealed beneath their togas. The plan was simple. They would surround Caesar, pretending to present a petition. Then, at the signal, they would attack all together. So, no single assassin could be blamed. It was collective responsibility. All would share the glory and guilt of the murder. The role of Decimus was crucial. He was Caesar's friend. If Caesar hesitated to go to the Senate, Decimus would persuade him to come. On the night of the 14th of March, Caesar's wife Calpurnia had her nightmare. On the morning of the 15th of March, she pleaded with Caesar to stay home. Caesar unusually agreed. He sent word to the Senate that he would not come. The conspirators panicked. Their plan was falling apart. Then Decimus took action. He went to Caesar's house. He mocked him for listening to his wife's dream. He said the Senate would think Caesar a coward if he did not come. Because of a nightmare, he reminded Caesar that the Senate would grant important honors that day. Caesar would insult them if he did not attend. Decimus's arguments worked. Caesar, his pride provoked, changed his mind. He would go to the Senate. Decimus, Caesar's friend, had just sent him to his death. This is Faithy third lesson. The most effective betrayal comes from the most trusted person. If Cassius went to Caesar, Caesar would be suspicious. But Decimus, he fought for Caesar in Gaul. In the civil war, Caesar trusted him absolutely. That trust made Decimus's betrayal possible and fatal. Caesar would go to the Senate because Decimus, his friend, told him to go. He did not know Decimus was leading him to slaughter. This also reveals the conspirators' cynicism. They would use friendship as a weapon. They would use Caesar's trust against him. Was this a conspiracy about honor, or was it a cold game of power, wrapped in republican rhetoric? Perhaps both. Human motives are rarely pure. The conspirators may have truly believed they were doing the right thing. They also used any means necessary, including manipulation and deception. The conspirators face a critical question: what to do after killing Caesar? Specifically, what about Marcus Antonius? Antony is Caesar's most powerful lieutenant, loyal, charismatic, militarily capable, consul of 44 BC. He commands Caesar's armies left in Italy. If Caesar dies, Antony would become the most powerful man. Cassius argues they should kill Antony as well. He would avenge Caesar. He would rally the Caesarians against the assassins. He must be eliminated. Brutus disagrees. Vehemently. He argues that killing Caesar is tyrannicide, justified under Roman law. But killing Antony would be murder. It would make the conspiracy look like a power grab, not an act of principle. It would alienate the moderates. It would start a bloodbath. Brutus insists, only Caesar, no one else. The conspirators, respecting Brutus's moral authority, agreed. They would only kill Caesar. This was a huge mistake, possibly fatal. Why? Because Brutus thought like an idealist, not a realist. He believed killing the tyrant would automatically restore the republic. He believed the people would cheer the assassins as liberators. He believed the Senate would regain control. He was wrong on all counts. Cassius understood the reality of power. Caesar's death would create a power vacuum. Someone would fill it. Probably Antony. They should eliminate all threats. But Brutus's idealism prevailed. This is the fourth lesson. Idealism is beautiful in theory, but dangerous in practice. Politics is not just about principles. It is about power. The conspirators had a principle: kill the tyrant. But they had no plan for power. They would kill Caesar and hope for the best. That naivety would destroy them. On the evening of the 14th of March, Caesar dined at the home of Lepidus. His cavalry commander, the conversation, according to Plutarch, turned to philosophical questions. What is the best way to die? The guests offered various answers. Caesar, signing documents at the table while eating his typical multitasking, said, "A sudden one." The room fell silent. No one knew how to respond, but it would prove prophetic. Less than 24 hours later, Caesar would experience a sudden death. Returning home that night, Caesar found his wife Calpurnia tossing and crying in her sleep. She dreamed he died in her arms. She dreamed the gable of their house collapsed, and Caesar was attacked. She awoke in fear. She pleaded with Caesar not to go to the Senate the next day. Unusually, Caesar agreed he would stay home. But then Decimus arrived. His persuasion changed Caesar's mind. There were other warnings that morning. Faith's soothsayer, Spurina, Faith saw Caesar on the street, heading to the Senate. He reminded Caesar, "The Ides have come." "Yes," Caesar said, "but they have not yet passed." It was an arrogant reply. Caesar mocked the warning. Faith, teacher, Artemidorus, Faith, tried to give Caesar a scroll warning him of the conspiracy. He approached Caesar on the street. "Caesar, read this immediately," he said. "It concerns you personally." Caesar took the scroll, but, amid the crowd and other petitioners, failed to read it. He arrived at the theater of Pompey, the Senate's temporary meeting place, still holding the unread scroll. Had he read it, he would have known of the conspiracy. He would have known the names, but he did not. He entered the meeting place. The theater of Pompey is an ironic location. Caesar would die beneath the statue of Pompey, the man he defeated in the Civil War. The Romans would see the symbolism, even in death. Pompey had his revenge. Caesar enters the chamber. The senators rise, a sign of respect. But Caesar's failure to stand to greet the senators weeks earlier. An act of disrespect is still fresh in many minds. The conspirators are there, over 60 of them, scattered throughout the room. Their daggers are hidden beneath their togas. Their hearts race. This is the moment. Years of resentment, weeks of planning, all culminate in the next few minutes. Caesar sits in his golden chair, unaware that in minutes he will lie in a pool of his own blood. This is Faith, the fifth lesson. Faith arrogance blinds one to danger. Caesar had every opportunity to save himself. The soothsayer's warning, Calpurnia's dream, Artemidorus' scroll. Had he heeded any one of them, he would have lived. But his arrogance, his confidence that he was indispensable, led him to ignore every warning. He believed he was above danger. He was wrong. Let us pause to examine the psychology of the conspirators, particularly Brutus. He is not a monster. He is an educated, principled, thoughtful man, a philosopher, a stoic, who believes in virtue and reason. He loves Caesar, or at least respects and feels gratitude toward him. So how does he justify killing him? Faith through abstraction. Faith Brutus is not killing Gaius Julius Caesar, the man, the friend, the benefactor. He is killing the tyrant, the threat to the republic, the abstract enemy of principle. By focusing on the abstraction, tyranny rather than the concrete Caesar, the man Brutus can convince himself he is doing the right thing. Faith is moral self-deception. Faith, the psychological trick that allows good people to do terrible things. This is Faith's sixth lesson, Faith, the most unsettling one. The most dangerous violence often comes from idealists, not villains. Villains know they are doing wrong. They do it for power, money, revenge. You can understand that, even if you condemn it. But idealists believe they are doing what is right. They believe their violence is moral, necessary, for the greater good. That belief makes them unstoppable and unreachable. You cannot negotiate with someone who truly believes they are saving the world. Brutus believed he was saving the republic. That belief would have him plunge one of the 20. 3 knives into Caesar. That belief, not evil, is the source of some of the worst violence in history. The Reign of Terror, the French Revolution, claimed to save the Republic, the Great Purge, Stalinism, claimed to protect the revolution, ideological violence, claiming to purify society. All of these, like Brutus, believed they were right. All of these, like Brutus, were wrong. The other conspirators had different mindsets. Cassius felt less conflicted. He resented Caesar. Killing him was revenge, wrapped in republican rhetoric. Decimus might have felt guilty for betraying Caesar's trust, but he convinced himself that Caesar had betrayed him first by changing promises about the governorship of Gaul. Others, lesser conspirators, simply followed the leaders. If Brutus and Cassius said it was necessary, it must be. Fey collective responsibility, fey diluted individual guilt. If 60 men stabbed, no single person was fully responsible. This too was a psychological trick. Spreading the blame made it easier to bear, but it did not make the act any less terrible. This is Faith's 7th lesson. Fey collective violence creates diffuse responsibility. No one feels fully accountable. Everyone can say, others are doing it too. This makes atrocities possible, from mob lynchings to genocide. The pattern of collective violence is the same. Individual morality dissolves in group action. One final element to understand the conspiracy. Caesar's Parthian campaign. He planned to leave Rome on the 18th of March, 3 days after the Ides of March. He would take a massive army, 16 legions, to the east, the Gaul, to conquer Parthia, present-day Iran and Iraq, and avenge Carrhae, where Crassus had been defeated in 53 BC. This would be a 3-year campaign. Caesar would follow the route of Alexander the Great, through Mesopotamia, through Persia, possibly through Central Asia to India. It was an immense ambition. Caesar was 55, an age when he should have slowed down. Instead, he planned his greatest conquest. Why? Because Caesar could not stop. His entire identity revolved around conquest, glory, achievement. He had conquered Gaul. He had defeated Pompey. He had reformed Rome. But it was not enough. He needed more. Always more. Parthia was the final challenge, the ultimate glory. But the Parthian campaign also terrified the conspirators. If Caesar succeeded, he would return more powerful than ever. He would have new legions, new wealth, new glory. He would be unstoppable. He might, indeed, make himself king. The Senate would be irrelevant. The Republic would die, not just in practice, but in name. Faith is why timing matters. The conspirators had to strike before Caesar left. Once he was gone, he would be surrounded by his army. Once he conquered Parthia, he would be too powerful to oppose. It was now or never. This is Faithy final lesson from the conspiracy chapter. Timing is everything in political action. The conspirators had a narrow window of opportunity. Caesar was back in Rome at the peak of his power, but before he left for Parthia, a few weeks earlier he would have been in Spain. A few weeks later he would have been in the East. Only now, in March of 44 BC, was he vulnerable. Only now did he regularly attend the Senate. Only now had he relaxed his guard. The conspirators seized the moment. The 15th of March, the IDS, would be the day. The time had come, the stage was set. Caesar walked toward his death. The conspirators prepared to strike. What would happen next would shock the Roman world, and echo for 2 millennia. The 15th of March, 44 BC dawn. Rome awoke to what seemed an ordinary day. At Caesar's home, the tension was palpable. Calpurnia had hardly slept, haunted by her nightmares. She saw Caesar bleeding to death in her arms. She saw the gables of their house collapsing. Once more, she pleaded with Caesar not to go to the Senate. Caesar, unusually moved by her fear, initially agreed. He prepared to send a servant to the Senate to say he would not attend. Calpurnia breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had saved her husband's life. But she had not reckoned with the arrival of Decimus Brutus. Around 8 in the morning, Decimus arrived. He was a trusted friend, allowed entry. He found Caesar ready to cancel the meeting. Decimus used perfect arguments. He mocked Caesar for heeding his wife's dream, the idea of a conqueror being controlled by superstition. He appealed to Caesar's greatest weakness, the fear of appearing weak, the fear of missing out on honor. He fabricated lies that the Senate would grant Caesar great honors today. He hinted that if Caesar did not appear, the Senate would be deeply offended. These arguments, from a trusted friend, weighed heavier than Calpurnia's pleas. Caesar changed his mind. He would go to the Senate. Calpurnia's face turned pale, but she could argue no more. Caesar put on his purple, bordered toga, the symbol of the dictator. He kissed Calpurnia's forehead in farewell. It was the last time she would see him alive. She would spend the rest of her life regretting that she had not tried harder to stop him. But how could she oppose Decimus, a trusted friend, standing there, assuring that all was well? Faith is the first lesson. Arrogance is not just excessive confidence. It is the inability to imagine your own vulnerability. Caesar had every warning. But he could not imagine himself being betrayed, because he could not imagine Rome without him. Caesar left his home and walked to the Pompey theater. Decimus accompanied him, ensuring he reached his destination. The streets of Rome were filled with people. Some cheered at the sight of their dictator. Others remained silent, sensing something unspeakably wrong. In the crowd, the soothsayer Spurina saw Caesar approaching. Weeks earlier, he had warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Now, the Ides had come. Spurina pushed through the crowd to call out to Caesar. Caesar saw him, recognized him, and gave a dismissive smile. Caesar reminded the soothsayer that the Ides had arrived, and his prophecy had not come true. Spurina replied, in an urgent voice, that the Ides had indeed come, but had not yet passed. There was desperation in his tone, but Caesar had already moved on. He did not hear the deadly urgency in the warning. A few minutes later, another warning emerged. Artemidorus, a Greek teacher of rhetoric, approached Caesar holding a papyrus scroll. On the scroll, he had written the names of all the conspirators: Brutus, Cassius, Decimus, all 60 or more. He had indirectly heard of the conspiracy through his students. He had written everything down. Now he desperately tried to hand the scroll to Caesar, shouting through the crowd that it concerned Caesar personally and must be read immediately. Caesar turned, saw Artemidorus, and took the scroll. But other petitioners also surged forward to present their petitions. Caesar politely accepted them all. He held Artemidorus' scroll in his right hand. He tried several times to open it. But the crowd was too dense, the petitions too many. He continued on his way, still holding the unread scroll. That scroll could have saved his life, but he would never read it. Caesar arrived at the theater of Pompey. This magnificent structure was Rome's first permanent theater, built by Pompey in his days of glory. Ironically, Caesar was now here in the monument of his former rival. Even more ironic was Pompey's colossal statue dominating the assembly hall like a king seated on his throne. Caesar would die beneath that statue. In a sense, Pompey would have his revenge. Caesar entered the assembly. About 300 senators were there, though many were Caesar's supporters, unaware of the conspiracy. The conspirators, over 60 in number, were scattered throughout the room. Their hearts pounded wildly. Their hands, hidden beneath their togas, gripped short daggers. Those blades were about 15 centimeters long, short enough to conceal, but long enough to deliver a fatal thrust. Caesar sat in his golden chair at the front of the room. He still held Artemidorus' scroll. He placed it beside his chair. He would never read it. The meeting had barely begun. Tilius Cimber approached Caesar with a petition. Pleading for his exiled brother, he knelt, begging for mercy. Caesar waved him away. He had refused this request many times and did not wish to be disturbed again. But Cimber did not move. The other conspirators began to close in. Brutus from one side, Cassius from the other, Casca from behind. They formed a tight circle around Caesar. Cimber seized Caesar's robe and pulled it from his shoulders. This was the prearranged signal. Caesar, shocked and enraged, sprang to his feet. He realized this was violence, but did not yet know how deadly. He had no time at all to comprehend what was happening. Servilius Casca, standing behind Caesar, was the first to strike. He drove his dagger toward Caesar's neck, near the shoulder. But he was nervous. The blade slipped. The wound was shallow, not fatal. Caesar, feeling the blow, turned with astonishing speed. The 55-year-old still possessed a warrior's reflexes. He seized Casca's arm. With the stylus, the sharp pen he used for writing, he stabbed Casca's arm. Caesar roared in condemnation. Casca panicked, crying out for help in Greek. This was the signal for the full assault. The other conspirators rushed in from all directions, daggers raised. Caesar, realizing this was not a single attack, but a massive conspiracy, tried to defend himself, but he had no weapon other than the stylus and his bare hands. He was surrounded by 60 men with knives. The blades fell from all sides. Caesar spun, trying to protect himself. But each time he blocked one thrust, another struck him. Cassius stabbed at his face. Decimus Brutus stabbed at his ribs. Others stabbed his back, arms, and legs. According to ancient sources, Caesar would receive 23 wounds. Not all were deep. In the rush and chaos, many were superficial. In their frenzy, the conspirators even accidentally wounded each other. But enough were deep to cause serious harm. Caesar's blood flowed across the marble floor, staining his purple robe, forming pools around his golden chair. Senators who were not conspirators recoiled in terror. Some fled the room. Others stood paralyzed, watching in horror. Caesar, still standing, still trying to fight, began to weaken. Too much blood had been lost. His strength was failing. Then Caesar saw Marcus Junius Brutus approaching with a knife. Their eyes met. In that instant, Caesar understood completely. Not only was there a conspiracy, but Brutus, the man he loved, the man he trusted, possibly his own son, was part of it. Ancient sources differ on the exact words Caesar spoke. Suetonius says, Caesar said in Greek, "You too, child." Plutarch says, Caesar said nothing at all, only groaned. Perhaps we will never know for sure. But Shakespeare made et tu, Brute, the most famous phrase of betrayal in history, regardless of the exact words. The essence of that moment is clear: the ultimate betrayal, not from an enemy, but from a friend, from one treated as a son. That realization, more than all 23 stab wounds, is what truly killed Caesar. Not the physical wounds, but the psychological blow. The understanding of being betrayed by someone he loved. According to some sources, when Caesar saw Brutus, he ceased fighting. He pulled his robe, the blood-stained purple fabric, over his head. He covered his face. It was a final act of preserving dignity. If he were to die, he would die with dignity, not in fear or supplication. He would not give the assassins the satisfaction of seeing the final terror on his face. Or perhaps he covered his face because he could not bear to see Brutus. The betrayal in the eyes of one he loved was too painful. Whatever the reason, Caesar fell. He collapsed at the base of Pompey's statue, at the feet of the likeness of his former rival and son. In law, his blood spilled onto the white marble. Gaius Julius Caesar, dictator for life, Pontifex Maximus, conqueror of Gaul, defeater of Pompey, master of Rome, was dead. Dead from 23 stab wounds. Dead on the floor of the Senate. Dead within the institution he had once been a member of, killed by his former colleagues. For a few seconds, silence enveloped the Senate. Caesar's body lay in a spreading pool of blood. The conspirators, blood on their hands and robes, looked at each other. Then Brutus began to speak. He announced to the remaining senators that the Republic was saved, the tyrant was dead, and Rome was free. The other conspirators joined in the shouts. They raised their bloody daggers like trophies. They expected cheers, celebration, gratitude. Instead, they received fear. The senators, those who remained, looked at the assassins with terrified eyes. These men had just killed the dictator in the sacred Senate. It looked like murder, not liberation. The senators fled the room, tripping over each other in their haste to escape. Within minutes, the Senate was empty. Only the conspirators and Caesar's body remained. The conspirators began to realize something had gone terribly wrong. People were not celebrating. They were fleeing in fear. Brutus had imagined Romans cheering the assassins as liberators. Instead, Romans were shocked, frightened, uncertain of the future. News spread through the city at a staggering pace. Caesar was dead, murdered in the Senate. By whom? Why? What would happen now? Would there be more killings? Another civil war. Rome was gripped by deep panic. Shops were hurriedly shuttered. People rushed home. Streets full of life just hours before were now empty. Fear hung over the city like a plague. The conspirators, realizing they were far from popular, decided they needed to win public support. They marched to the Capitoline Hill, Rome's religious center, to try to rally the people. Cicero, though not part of the conspiracy, but sympathetic to it, went with them. They hoped his eloquence would sway the Romans, but few came. Rome was too afraid, too stunned, to respond. Meanwhile, Marcus Antonius did the smart thing. He was Caesar's consular colleague and was in the Senate that morning. But before the meeting began, one of the conspirators, Trebonius, lured him out of the room and detained him in conversation. It was part of the plan. Keep Antonius away, so he couldn't protect Caesar or seek immediate revenge. When Antonius heard Caesar was dead, he didn't rush back to fight heroically. He fled. He disguised himself and ran home like a slave. He locked the doors and called for guards. He didn't know how widespread the conspiracy was. He might be the next target. Antonius, though brave on the battlefield, was no fool in politics. He wouldn't confront 60 senators with knives without an army. He would wait, watch, and plan his counterattack. Faith is the second lesson. Faith after extreme violence, chaos always follows. The conspirators thought killing Caesar would automatically restore the Republic. They were gravely mistaken. It created a power vacuum, widespread fear, and deep uncertainty. No one knew who was in charge. No one knew whom to trust. That chaos, not order, is the immediate and inevitable result of a violent assassination. For several hours, Caesar's body lay in the Senate, with no one daring to move it. Eventually, 3 slaves from Caesar's household gathered their courage and came forward. They carefully lifted the body. They straightened his robe, covering the terrible wounds as best they could. They placed him on a makeshift stretcher made from benches. They carried him through the now empty streets back to his home, the Domus Publica on the Via Sacra. Calpurnia heard them coming. From their silence and the expressions on their faces, she knew her worst fears had come true. She rushed into the street. She saw the stretcher, the blood-stained robe, her husband's body. She collapsed. Her screams filled the air, raw cries of grief that echoed through the streets of Rome. The neighbors heard. They came out. They saw Caesar, dead, being brought home. Grief began there, in the street, with Calpurnia's uncontrollable weeping. At home, a doctor was called to examine the body. They carefully counted the wounds, 23. But according to the doctor Antistius, only one wound was immediately fatal. The second stab, through the chest, pierced the heart or a major blood vessel. The other 22 contributed to death through massive blood loss and cumulative trauma. But that one stab killed Caesar. We will never know who delivered the fatal blow. It could have been Cassius. It could have been Brutus. It could have been any of the 60 in the chaos and frenzy of blood. It is impossible to say. But it also does not matter. All 60 conspirators share the responsibility. They planned it together. They carried it out together. Caesar's blood is on all their hands, regardless of whose blade actually pierced the heart. That is the whole point of shared responsibility. It dilutes individual guilt. It makes it easier for each person to accept their actions. But it also means that no one is innocent. 20. 3 stab wounds is not just a number, it represents the depth and breadth of betrayal. A single stab could be an isolated act of anger, an impulsive act of violence by a lone enemy. 20. 3 stabs are systematic, planned, coordinated by many. It sends a message: this is not the act of one person, but a collective decision by all of us. Each stab is the betrayal of a different person. Many of the assassins were men Caesar had pardoned. Many had fought for him, dined at his table, received his favors. They all turned against him. Why so many stabs? Partly to ensure death. One stab might fail, might not be fatal. 20. 3 stabs guarantee the outcome. But it is also a symbolic act. Each conspirator wanted to be part of it. Each wanted to be able to say, I was there, I killed the tyrant, I contributed to the salvation of the Republic. This is the nature of collective violence. Everyone participates, everyone shares in the so-called glory and the actual guilt. There is a striking historical paradox here. Most famous assassinations in history were committed by individuals or small groups. Lincoln was killed by John Wilkes Booth alone. Kennedy may have been killed by Lee Harvey Oswald alone, or by a small conspiracy, but certainly not by 60 people. Gandhi was killed by Nathuram Godse alone. But Caesar was killed by more than 60 people. This is exceptionally rare in all of history. Why? Because keeping a secret becomes exponentially more difficult as the number of people increases. Because someone among the 60 might have been stopped by their conscience. Because needing that many people suggests the target was powerful, well protected, and nearly inaccessible. Caesar needed 60 conspirators because he was too powerful for a smaller number to succeed. But that number also made the conspiracy extremely fragile. It leaked countless times. Rumors spread in Rome. Warnings were given. Caesar had many opportunities to save himself. He did not save himself because of his arrogance. This is the third lesson. Even the most protected person is vulnerable if they refuse to believe the danger is real. Caesar once had guards. He dismissed them. He received warnings. He ignored them. People pleaded with him. He mocked them. All his power, all his glory, all his achievements could not save him from 23 stab wounds, because he would not save himself. Caesar's purple robe, bloodstained and torn, was carefully preserved. It would become a crucial political tool in the days to come. Marcus Antonius would use it at Caesar's funeral. A few days later, he would raise the bloodied robe to show the gathered crowd, pointing out the 23 holes. He would use it to stir anger against the assassins. The robe would prove to be more powerful propaganda than any speech. Because it was physical, visible, undeniable evidence. People could see the blood, could count the holes. They could imagine in their minds the knives falling again and again. The robe made the abstract assassination concrete, this fabric, these holes, these bloodstains. Faithis is the fourth lesson. In politics, symbols are often more powerful than arguments. The bloodied robe spoke more than 1,000 words. It did not argue, it showed. It did not persuade reason. It stirred emotions. Antonius would use it masterfully, turning Rome from confusion to anger, from fear to a thirst for revenge. On the Capitoline Hill, the conspirators began to face a terrible truth. Killing Caesar had not saved the Republic. It had only created chaos. The Romans did not hail them as liberators. The Romans feared them as murderers. Brutus's entire philosophy, his entire justification for the act, rested on an assumption: removing the tyrant would automatically restore liberty. That assumption proved disastrously wrong. They had killed Caesar, but they had not killed Caesarism. They had no plan to fill the power vacuum. They did not control the legions. They had no popular support. All they had were bloody daggers and an empty ideology. Worse, they had not killed Antony. Brutus's insistence on purity, his principled stand to kill only the tyrant and no one else, now seemed like fatal naivety. Antony was alive, free, furious, and in command of Caesar's legions in Italy. He would be their avenger. Meanwhile, in the empty Senate, Caesar's blood slowly congealed on the marble floor. 23 acts of violence, all the planning, all the philosophical arguments, all the talk of tyrannicide and republican virtue. What did it amount to? A corpse, a dead man, and a republic now more shattered than before. Faithis is the fifth and deepest lesson. Violence rarely achieves its intended aims. The conspirators wanted to restore the republic. They would get another civil war lasting 13 years, culminating in the dictatorship of Augustus, more absolute than Caesar's. They wanted liberty. They would get empire. They wanted to preserve the Senate. They would watch it become a powerless rubber stamp. They wanted to be remembered as liberators. They would be remembered as assassins. Caesar's death would not kill what he represented. It would make that thing stronger. The 15th of March 44 BC, the Ides of March, became one of the most famous dates in history, not because of Caesar's achievements, but because of his death. That day altered the course of Roman history. What if Caesar had lived? He would have gone to Parthia. He might have conquered the East. He might have returned even more powerful. He might have officially become king. Or he might have died in battle in Parthia, like Crassus. We will never know. What we do know is the reality created by Caesar's death, a power vacuum. The return of civil war, Antony against the conspirators. Then, Antony against Octavian, the rise and fall of Cleopatra, the rise of Augustus, the establishment of the Roman Empire. All of this flowed from those 23 stab wounds on the Ides of March. Irony runs deep. The conspirators killed Caesar to save the Republic. Their act destroyed the Republic. Had they done nothing, Caesar might have died an old man, and the Republic might have survived in some form. But by killing him, they created a martyr, sparked civil war, and ultimately led to Octavian's imperial rule, more absolute than anything Caesar dreamed of. Brutus and Cassius would die within a few years, defeated at Philippi. They would die as losers. Their cause lost, Caesar would be deified, literally declared a god. His name would become a title. Caesar, Kaiser, Tsar, Emperor, ruler. For 2,000 years, Caesar's name would be synonymous with power, and Brutus's name would be synonymous with betrayal. So who really won? This is Fey Lesson 6. Assassinating a leader does not kill the movement they represent. It often makes the movement stronger. The The dead leader becomes a martyr, a symbol, an icon for the cause. A living leader can be questioned, criticized, opposed. A dead leader is deified. Their flaws are forgotten. Their virtues are exaggerated. They become an impossible ideal. Caesar, dead, was more powerful than Caesar alive. As we leave this bloody scene, we must resist the temptation to simplify. Caesar was not a complete hero. He killed 1 million Gauls. He destroyed the republican system. His ambition knew no bounds, but he was not a tyrant either. He pardoned his enemies. He implemented genuine reforms. He gave the people hope and bread. Brutus was not a complete villain. He sincerely believed he was doing the right thing. He risked everything for principle. He killed the man he loved because he believed it would save more lives. But he was not a hero either. His idealism was naive. His violence was real. His judgment was a fatal mistake. This is Faith's seventh and final lesson. Faith history is not a simple story of good guys and bad guys. It is about complex people making difficult choices, often with unintended consequences. Both Caesar and Brutus believed they were doing the right thing. Both were wrong in their own ways. Both paid the ultimate price. The sun set on the 15th of March 44 BC, the longest day was finally over. But its consequences were just beginning. In the days to come, Caesar's will would be made public. His funeral would spark a riot. Antony's speech would turn Rome against the assassins. Civil war would once again tear the Roman world apart. But those are stories for the future. Now, in this bloody twilight, an era ended. The Roman Republic, 5 centuries of tradition, died with those 23 stab wounds. Not immediately, the forms would persist, but the substance was gone. From Caesar's blood, an empire would rise. From 23 wounds, a new world would be born. The assassins thought they were ending something. They did not know what they were starting. This, in the end, is the deepest lesson of the Ides of March. History does not unfold according to our plans. Our actions have consequences we never imagined. We kill a tyrant. We create an empire. We seek freedom. We create chaos. We stab 23 times. We change the world for 2,000 years. On the 17th of March, 2 days after the assassination, Caesar's will was made public. This was a Roman tradition. The will had been kept with the Vestal Virgins and was now brought to the Senate to be read aloud. The room was packed. Senators, representatives of the common people, conspirators, some of them, those who dared to come, and Caesar, supporters. Everyone wanted to know what Caesar had left in his will. The Pontifex Maximus Lepidus, Caesar's master of the horse, broke the wax seal on the scroll. He began to read. The room fell so quiet that one could hear breathing. The will had been written the previous September, before Caesar left for the Battle of Munda in Spain. At that time, he anticipated he might not return, but he did return. He never updated the will. Now, that document would change the political landscape of Rome. The will contained several shocking clauses. First, the primary heir. Caesar adopted Gaius Octavius, his great-nephew, 18 years old. As his son and heir, Octavius would inherit 3/4 of Caesar's vast fortune. He would take Caesar's name. From that moment on, he would be Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. This was a massive political move. Octavius was not the obvious choice. He was young, untested, and in poor health. But Caesar saw something in him: ability, ruthlessness, ambition. Caesar was betting in his will that Octavius would become his heir. That bet would pay off spectacularly. Second, the secondary heirs. 2 men received the remaining quarter, Lucius Pinarius and Quintus Pedius, distant relatives of Caesar. But the will also listed substitute heirs in case the primary heir refused or died. That list included Decimus Brutus, one of the assassins. one of Caesar's most trusted generals, one of the betrayers. Third, the legacy to the Roman people. Every Roman citizen would receive 300 sesterces. At the time, this was a huge sum equivalent to several months' wages for an ordinary worker. In total, this meant distributing tens of millions of sesterces to the people. Caesar also left his gardens across the Tiber, in today's Trastevere district, to the Roman people for perpetual public enjoyment. When these terms were read, the room erupted. People were stunned. Caesar in death was more generous than many in life. He gave wealth to every citizen. He gave public space to the city. This was not just generosity. It was masterful politics, even from beyond the grave. Caesar understood how the Roman populace worked. Give them money, and they will love you. Give them land, and they will remember you. Do this in death, and you become a martyr. But the most shocking detail in the will was the inclusion of Decimus Brutus. Decimus was an assassin. He was the one who lured Caesar to the Senate that day. Overcoming Calpurnia's warnings, he took part in the murder. Now it was revealed that Caesar trusted him so deeply as to name him a potential heir. That knowledge cut through the room like a knife. Caesar didn't just trust Decimus as a general or an advisor. He trusted him as a possible son and heir. Decimus killed a man who would have made him one of the wealthiest individuals. The depth of the betrayal, the complete violation of trust, unsettled even Caesar's enemies. Decimus sat there, hearing this, realizing what he had done. He had betrayed not just a leader, he had betrayed a benefactor, almost a father figure. That knowledge would haunt him until his death. A little over a year later, hunted down by Caesar's soldiers. On the 20th of March, Caesar's funeral was held in the Roman Forum. This would become one of the most significant funerals in Roman history, not because of the ceremony itself, but because of what transpired. From early morning, the people gathered, thousands of them. They came from every corner of the city, the poor to whom Caesar had given land and bread, the veterans for whom he had fought and enriched, the merchants who had prospered under his rule, the slaves who hoped for freedom one day. They all came to mourn Caesar. At the center of the forum, a temporary platform had been erected. Caesar's body lay on a golden bier, draped in purple and gold fabrics. Above him, a wax effigy was displayed, dressed in the robe Caesar had worn in life, but not a clean robe. That robe, the blood-stained, torn robe with 23 holes. Marcus Antonius, as consul, was expected to deliver the funeral oration he prepared. Oh, how thoroughly he prepared! Antonius was no intellectual like Cicero. He was no philosopher like Brutus. But he was a born rabble, rouser, a man who understood the psychology of the crowd. He understood how to manipulate emotion. He understood that oratory was not just about words. It was about performance, timing, symbolism. And he walked slowly to the platform. He raised his arms and waited for silence. The crowd quieted. Antonius began to speak. He began humbly, almost hesitantly. He said he had not come to praise Caesar. He had come to bury him. This put the crowd off guard. Then, subtly, he began to list Caesar's achievements, not in a boastful way, but in a matter-of-fact manner. Caesar brought spoils to Rome. Caesar left bequests to the poor. Caesar refused the crown 3 times. Then Antony did the thing that changed everything. He picked up the blood-stained robe. He held it up high for all to see. He turned slowly, displaying it from every angle. The blood, now brown, was clearly visible. The holes, 23 of them, were clearly countable. The crowd gasped. Antony began to point out the holes. Here, there, where Cassius attacked. Over there, where Brutus stabbed. Caesar's beloved. He didn't say the names aloud. He didn't need to. Everyone knew. The mood of the crowd began to shift. Grief turned to anger. Weeping turned to roaring. Antony felt it. He pressed on. He spoke of Caesar's generosity. He reminded them of the will. 300 sesterces for each man, gardens for all. A man so generous, so caring for his people, murdered by those who claimed he was a tyrant. The people reached a boiling point. They began to shout, "Avenge Caesar! Kill the assassins! Burn their houses!" Antony made no attempt to calm them. He let the anger build. He let it grow. Then, at the perfect moment, he raised his arms. He read aloud the Senate's decree, the pardon the conspirators had later received. His voice dripped with sarcasm. "The Senate," he said, "declared the assassins honorable men who should not be punished." The crowd erupted. They did not care what the Senate said. They knew the truth. Caesar had been murdered, not in glorious battle, in betrayal, by friends, in the sacred Senate. Those men must pay. Antony achieved what he wanted. He turned Rome from confusion to rage, from passivity to action, from mourning Caesar to seeking vengeance against his killers. After the funeral, the riot began. The people, incited by Antony's speech, flooded into the streets of Rome. They were hunting for the assassins. They found Brutus's house and set it ablaze. They found Cassius's house and did the same. They attacked anyone who looked like a senator. An unfortunate man, the poet Helvius Cinna, was torn apart by the mob because he shared a name with one of the assassins. Cinna, he screamed that he was not that Cinna, but the mob did not care. They were in a frenzy for bloodshed. The violence lasted for hours. The conspirators, seeing what was happening, fled Rome. Brutus and Cassius escaped to their country villas in Italy. Others scattered to the provinces. Their dream of a republic turned to ashes in the flames of Antony's speech and the mob violence that followed. They had killed Caesar to save Rome. Instead, they handed Rome over to Antony and the coming chaos. When Caesar was assassinated, Octavian was in Apollonia, in Greece, studying and training to accompany Caesar on the Parthian campaign. He was 18 years old. He was physically weak and often ill. He did not look like the future master of Rome. The news arrived about a week later. Caesar was dead. Assassinated. Octavian was stunned. But he also immediately understood the significance. Caesar, his great-uncle, his mentor, was dead. Who would succeed? Who would control Caesar's armies, his wealth, his faction? Octavian's friends and advisors urged caution. Rome was too dangerous. The conspirators might target all of Caesar's allies and family. Stay in Greece? Wait, see what happens. But a few days later, another message arrived. Caesar's will had been made public. Octavian was adopted as Caesar's son. He was the principal heir that changed everything. Octavian made a decision. He would return to Italy. He would claim his inheritance. He was no longer just Octavian. He was Gaius Julius Caesar, son of Caesar, heir to Caesar. This required incredible courage or incredible arrogance, perhaps both. He was 18, with no military experience, no political foundation, no army. He was about to enter Rome, dominated by Antony, the powerful consul controlling Caesar's veterans. He would confront the assassins, 60 senators seeking to protect their actions. He would navigate the deadliest moment in Roman politics, where loyalties flowed, alliances shifted, and violence threatened at every corner. But Octavian had several advantages. First, Caesar's name that was now his name. Second, Caesar's wealth. He had inherited it. Third, Caesar's legacy. Those who loved Caesar would turn to his son. Fourth, and most importantly, a cold wisdom beyond his years. Octavian landed at Brundisium in the 4th of April 4 BC. He immediately began contacting Caesar's veterans. He reminded them of Caesar's will. He promised to pay them from the wealth he had inherited. Many veterans, angry that Antony had not paid them, turned to Octavian. He was young. He was untested, but he was Caesar's son. That name meant everything. Octavian also began a shrewd political campaign. He did not directly challenge Antony. He positioned himself as the guardian of Caesar's legacy. He said he only wanted justice for his father. He wanted the assassins punished, but he also hinted that Antony was exploiting Caesar's death for his own power. That hint resonated with many Caesarians. They saw Antony consolidating power. They feared he would become a new dictator. Octavian, though young, seemed the safer bet. It was an illusion. Octavian would prove colder and more efficient than Antony. But that was in the future. The coming months were filled with chaos. Antony and Octavian were initially rivals. Yet, they both faced a common enemy, the assassins, now gathering armies in the east. Brutus controlled Greece and Macedonia. Cassius held Syria. They were building massive forces to confront the Caesarians. Faced with that threat, Antony and Octavian set aside their differences. In the 4th of November 3 BC, they met with Lepidus, Caesar's former cavalry commander, on a small island near Bologna. For 3 days, they negotiated. The result was the Second Triumvirate, a formal alliance, unlike the first, which was secret. The three would divide the Roman world. Antony received Gaul. Lepidus took Spain and Gallia Narbonensis. Octavian gained Africa. Sicily and Sardinia, Italy, would be shared. They would rule for 5 years, with official power to reorganize the Republic. But the first act of the Triumvirate was not war against the assassins. It was a purge of Rome itself. They issued a kill list, just as Sulla had done 50 years earlier. Hundreds of senators and knights were sentenced to death. Their property would be confiscated to fund the war against Brutus and Cassius. The list was the result of a deal. Each triumvir nominated his enemies. Then they traded. Antony wanted Cicero dead, because Cicero had savaged him in his famous Philippics. Octavian disliked it, but agreed. In return, Antony consented to the deaths of Octavian's enemies. Lepidus sacrificed his own brother. It was cold, calculated, and terrifying. Cicero, Rome's greatest orator, was killed while trying to flee to Greece. His head and hands were cut off and displayed in the Roman Forum, the very place he had delivered so many speeches. It was a brutal reminder of the power of oratory and the danger of that power. In 42 BC, the decisive confrontation arrived. At Philippi, in Macedonia, two armies met. On one side, Antony and Octavian, leading the Caesarian faction with approximately 19 legions; on the other, Brutus and Cassius, leading the Republicans with about 17 legions. This would be the last major battle of the Roman civil wars, at least for the Republic. 2 battles were fought, 20 days apart. The first battle yielded mixed results. Antony defeated Cassius. But Cassius, unaware that Brutus had simultaneously defeated Octavian, saw his camp overrun and believed all was lost. He ordered his slave to kill him. Cassius died, misunderstanding the situation. Brutus, now in sole command, had to decide. Wait, allowing Octavian and Antony's supplies to dwindle, or attack. His officers urged an attack. He reluctantly agreed. The Second Battle of Philippi was a disaster for Brutus. His army, faced with the tactical genius of Antony, collapsed. Thousands perished, while others fled. Brutus, seeing all was lost, retreated to the hills. That night, he gathered with a few loyal friends. They discussed what to do. Surrender. Unacceptable. Brutus had killed Caesar. Octavian, Caesar's heir, would never pardon him. Escape. To where? The Caesarian faction now controlled the entire Roman world. There was no refuge. only one honorable choice remained. Brutus asked one of his friends to hold a sword. He ran upon it, falling on his own blade. It is said, he quoted a Greek verse, "O wretched virtue, you are but a name." The last republican, the last assassin, died on a Greek hill, far from Rome, his cause lost, his dreams shattered. Antony found Brutus's body. He ordered it to be covered with a purple cloak and cremated with honor. Brutus's ashes were sent to his mother, Servilia. Antony, though victorious, respected Brutus. He was an honorable enemy, fighting for the cause he believed in. Octavian was less generous. He ordered Brutus's head to be cut off and sent to Rome, to be thrown at the base of Caesar's statue. This was revenge, cold and personal. Caesar's son would not forgive Caesar's assassin. Philippi ended the Republican cause. All the major assassins were now dead. Cassius had taken his own life after the first battle, Brutus after the second. Decimus Brutus had been killed earlier in Gaul, hunted down by Caesar's veterans. Others died in battle or afterward. No one was left to fight for the old republic, that cause. Born in 23 stab wounds, died in the blood of Philippi. But did Caesar truly win? He had been dead for 2 years. He would never see his revenge. But his name won. His adopted son won. His legacy won. On the 1st of January 42 BC, the Senate, now fully controlled by Caesar's faction, voted to deify Caesar. He was officially declared a god, Divus Julius, the divine Julius. Temples would be built for him, priests would serve him, sacrifices would be offered to him. This was not metaphorical. Caesar, in the official Roman religion, was a true god. This was unprecedented. Other Romans had been honored after death, but no one had been formally deified. Caesar was the first. This set a precedent that would last throughout the empire. Future emperors would be deified. Augustus, Octavian's later name, would become a god after death. Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, all would be deified after death. Some deservedly, most not. But Caesar was the first. His deification was not merely religious. It was political. By making Caesar a god, Octavian made himself the son of a god, Divi Filius, that gave him unparalleled authority. The Temple of Divus Julius was constructed in the Roman Forum, precisely at the site where Caesar's body was cremated, following the riots at his funeral. It was a magnificent structure, with Corinthian columns, marble steps, and a golden roof. Inside stood a gilded statue of Caesar, enclosed within a sacred precinct. Romans would come here to pray, offer sacrifices, and seek the favor of the deified Julius. The temple would stand for centuries until Christian emperors eventually closed the pagan temples. Even today, its ruins remain in the Roman Forum, a reminder of Caesar's transformation from mortal to god. But deification was not confined to Rome. Across the empire, cities built temples to Divus Julius. Provinces minted coins bearing his deified image. The cult of Caesar spread. In death, he achieved what he could not in life: true immortality, not just in memory, but in religion. Let us calculate Caesar's posthumous victory. He was assassinated on the 15th of March 44 BC. By 42 BC, 2 years later, all his major assassins were dead. Brutus, suicide Cassius, suicide Decimus killed. Casca killed at Philippi. Of the 60 conspirators, not one survived more than a few years their cause. The restoration of the Republic utterly failed. Instead, the Republic was more dead than ever. The Senate was powerless. Real power lay in the hands of the triumvirs, and then would rest solely with Octavian. Caesar's adopted son bearing his name would become Augustus. The first Roman emperor, Caesar's reforms would be preserved. His Julian calendar would be used for 1600 years. His veterans would receive their land. His building projects would be completed. His temples would rise across the empire. His name would become synonymous with power. Caesar, emperor, ruler. For 2,000 years, that name would signify power in the West. Now to the question, who won on the 15th of March? The assassins thought they won by killing Caesar, they saved the Republic, or so they believed. But look at the outcome. They all died, hunted down, defeated, humiliated. Their families were placed on proscription lists, their property was confiscated. Their names became synonymous with betrayal. 2,000 years later, Brutus is the archetype of betrayal in literature. Dante placed him in the lowest circle of hell, in Satan's mouth, alongside Judas. That is Brutus's legacy. Meanwhile, what is Caesar deified, remembered? His birthday became a public holiday. His name became a title. His face is on coins, statues, in temples. His writings have been studied for 2 millennia. His campaigns are taught in military academies. His life has inspired countless leaders. His death changed history. So who truly won? Faithus is the first lesson from Caesar's posthumous victory. Martyrdom is more powerful than survival. The living Caesar had enemies. He could be criticized, opposed, questioned. He made mistakes. He failed at Gergovia. He was nearly defeated at Dyrrhachium. He came close to death at Munda. He angered the Senate. He alienated the conservatives. He accumulated resentment. But the dead Caesar, perfect, a martyr. His mistakes were forgotten. His virtues were exaggerated. His enemies looked like mobsters, not patriots. Antony's funeral speech transformed the narrative. It was not Caesar who threatened the Republic. It was the assassins who destroyed it. It was not Caesar who was a tyrant. It was the assassins who were murderers. That narrative, created at Caesar's funeral, would last 2,000 years. This is why assassinations rarely succeed. They kill people, but not ideas. They often make ideas stronger by creating martyrs. Let us reflect more deeply on Caesar's will. On the surface, it is a simple document, a distribution of inheritance, but it is also a political masterpiece, even if Caesar may not have foreseen all the consequences when he wrote it. First, it created an heir. Octavian was not the obvious choice. Antony was more powerful in 44 BC. Lepidus was more senior. But Caesar chose Octavian. Why? We can only speculate. Perhaps Caesar saw Octavian's cold intelligence. Perhaps he wanted a young heir who would carry his name, but not immediately threaten the Senate. Whatever the reason, the choice was brilliant. Octavian would prove more effective than Antony, colder than Lepidus, and more politically skilled than anyone expected. He would become Augustus and rule for over 40 years. Second, the will purchased the loyalty of the people. 300 sesterces for each citizen, gardens for public use. This ensured that the people would love Caesar more in death than in life. They would demand vengeance against his killers. They would support his heir. Antony exploited this in his funeral oration, but the seeds of exploitation were sown by Caesar in his will. Third, the will exposed the depth of betrayal by naming Decimus Brutus as a potential heir. Caesar, inadvertently, demonstrated how trust could be violated. Decimus did not merely betray a leader. He betrayed a near father, one who would have made him rich and powerful. That knowledge tainted all the assassins if Decimus, so trusted, could betray. Then the conspiracy was not about principle. It was about dark ambition and betrayal. This is the second lesson. Even in death, a document can shape politics. Caesar's will, written 6 months before his death, altered the course of Roman history. It did more than his armies to secure his legacy. This is the lesson of power force conquers, but words endure. 17 years passed from Caesar's death to the establishment of the Roman Empire. from 44 BC to 27 BC. Those years were filled with civil wars first, the Caesarians against the Assassins, Philippi 42 BC. The Caesarians won. Then, conflict within the Triumvirate. Antony against Octavian, Lepidus was marginalized and forced into retirement. In 32 BC, open war broke out between Antony and Octavian. Antony allied with Cleopatra. Now his lover and ally, they controlled the east. Octavian controlled the west. On the 2nd of September 31 BC, the decisive battle took place at Actium. On the western coast of Greece, Octavian's general Agrippa defeated the combined fleet of Antony and Cleopatra. They fled to Egypt in 30 BC. Octavian pursued. Antony fell on his sword. Cleopatra took her own life with snake venom. According to tradition, Octavian was now the sole master of the Roman world. But he was clever. He did not make himself a dictator like Caesar. He did not adopt the title of king. Instead, he restored the forms of the republic. The Senate continued to meet. Consuls were elected. Though Octavian controlled the elections, he called himself the first citizen princeps, the leading citizen. But everyone knew the truth. He held all the real power. The army obeyed him. The treasury was under his control. The provinces were governed by his appointees. In 27 BC, the Senate granted him a new name, Augustus, the revered one. From that moment, the Roman Republic, in form, was over. The Roman Empire, in substance, had begun. Augustus would rule until AD 14, over 40 years of peace and prosperity. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace. Augustus accomplished what Caesar began but never completed: a unified empire, a stable government, an effective administration, an end to civil war, prosperity, peace. But at a cost: freedom, the power of the Senate, Republican participation. All were sacrificed for order and efficiency. This was the dilemma Caesar left behind. He started the process of dismantling the Republic. His death completed it. Not immediately, but inevitably. Once the Rubicon was crossed, once civil war was launched, once dictatorship was established, there was no turning back. The Republic was doomed. It would die by Caesar's knife or under Octavian's management. The result was the same: empire. Faithis is the third lesson. The course of history once set in motion is difficult to stop. Caesar started something in 49 BC when he crossed the Rubicon. By 27 BC, that process reached its logical conclusion: republic to empire, freedom to order, chaos to stability. Each step seemed necessary, inevitable, forced by the previous one. This is the nature of history. Actions have consequences. Those consequences have their own logic. Perhaps Caesar's most extraordinary posthumous victory is this: his name became a title, not metaphorically, literally. After Augustus, every Roman emperor adopted the title Caesar. Tiberius Caesar, Claudius Caesar, Nero Caesar. It became part of the office, like president or king. But it did not stop at Rome. When Germanic tribes conquered the Western Roman Empire, they adopted the title. The German emperors of the Holy Roman Empire were called Kaiser, directly from Caesar. The rulers of Russia were called Tsar, also from Caesar. Ottoman sultans used Kaiser. Bulgarian kings used Tsar. All of these, for over 1500 years, derive from one man's name, Gaius Julius Caesar. He died in 44 BC, but his name reigned until 1918, when the last Kaiser and the last Tsar fell after World War I, 2000 years. One name, that is true immortality. But a name carries more than a title. It carries concepts. When people say Caesar, they don't just mean a person or a title, they mean power. Absolute power won. Man rule. Personal charisma dominating institutions. Military genius. Political manipulation. Oratory skill. All of these are associated with the name Caesar. That association, created 2000 years ago, persists to this day. We still talk about Caesar like figures. Caesar like leadership. Caesar, like ambition. We talk about crossing the Rubicon, meaning to make an irreversible decision. We talk about the Ides of March, meaning a day of betrayal. We talk about Caesar's wife, meaning someone above reproach. All these phrases, all these concepts come from one man's life and death. Faithus is the fourth and final lesson from Caesar's posthumous victory. The most powerful legacy is not in stone, it is in language, in concepts, in the way we think and talk about power. Caesar's buildings were destroyed, his empire fell, but his name, his story, his lessons survive. In that sense, Caesar truly is immortal, not as a god, though he was deified, but as a symbol, an archetype, an eternal reminder of the power and price of ambition. Caesar was more than just a conqueror and statesman. He was one of the greatest military writers of all time. His commentaries on the Gallic War, and the Civil War are masterpieces of Latin prose, concise, clear, and seemingly objective for 2,000 years. Students have learned Latin by reading Caesar. Why? Because his style is perfect for beginners, short sentences, direct verbs, minimal ornamentation. But that very conciseness is also a masterclass in propaganda. Caesar wrote in the third person, creating an illusion of objectivity, yet every word was calculated, every battle was justified, every victory credited to his genius, every failure blamed on luck or the mistakes of subordinates. It is autobiography disguised as history propaganda, masquerading as objective reportage. But it is done so masterfully that 2 millennia later, we are still debating how much of it is true. Caesar's influence on literature was profound. He demonstrated that prose could be both simple and powerful. Cicero wrote complex, ornate sentences. Caesar wrote short, sharp ones. Both styles influenced Latin literature for centuries. Caesar also showed the power of self-narration. By writing his own history, he controlled how he was remembered. This was a precursor to modern biographies, memoirs, and even social media. Record your own story. Don't let others do it for you. That lesson, which Caesar mastered so perfectly, remains relevant today. Faithus is the first lesson. Words outlast buildings. Caesar's forums are ruins. But his commentaries on the Gallic War are read in every Latin classroom. That is true immortality. The Julian calendar is Caesar's most enduring practical legacy. Before him, the Roman calendar was chaotic, based on lunar cycles, and subject to arbitrary adjustments by politicians. Caesar, consulting Egyptian astronomers, created a solar calendar, 365 days with a leap year every 4 years. It was used for 1,600 years until the Gregorian reform in 1582, which only made minor adjustments. Even today, the Gregorian calendar is just a slightly modified version of the Julian calendar. Caesar also gave us July, the month named after him. Every time you look at a calendar, you see Caesar's legacy. But his reforms extended beyond the calendar. He simplified laws, reduced bureaucracy, extended citizenship to provinces, established colonies for veterans, and rebuilt Carthage and Corinth. These are not the actions of a tyrant. They are the actions of a visionary administrator who sought to make the empire more efficient, inclusive, and stable. Caesar's administrative genius is often overshadowed by his military glory, yet he reshaped Roman governance. He expanded the Senate from 600 to 900, including individuals from Italy and the provinces. This diluted the power of the old aristocracy, but also made the government more representative of the empire. He granted citizenship to entire communities, creating a more unified Roman identity. He restructured the tax system to make it fairer and less corrupt. His land reforms provided economic security for veterans and the poor. These reforms, though imperfectly implemented, set the pattern that Augustus would perfect. The administrative structure of the Roman Empire, which enabled it to endure for 4 centuries, was built on Caesar's innovations. Faithus is the second lesson. Some reforms outlived their creators. The Julian calendar does not care whether Caesar was a dictator or a hero. It simply works. That is why it endures. The best legacies solve real problems, regardless of their creators' motives. But we cannot discuss Caesar's legacy without confronting the bloodshed. Over 8 years, Caesar conquered territories equivalent to modern-day France, Belgium, Switzerland, and Western Germany. The cost Caesar himself claimed his armies faced 3 million enemies. Modern historians estimate that 1 million Gauls perished in the war. Another million were enslaved. Entire tribes were wiped out. Cultures were destroyed. The Gallic language nearly vanished, replaced by Latin. Was this genocide? By modern standards? Yes, by Roman standards. It was conquest. The normal business of empire. Caesar would have called it civilization, bringing Roman law, roads, and cities to the barbarians. The Gauls, those who survived, eventually became Roman citizens, proudly serving the empire. Their descendants would produce emperors, poets, generals. But that first generation, those who were killed, enslaved, or watched their world end, they had no choice. Caesar became immensely wealthy from the Gallic wars, not just through plunder, though that was substantial, but through slaves. Hundreds of thousands of Gallic prisoners were sold into slavery. Those sales enriched Caesar and his officers. Roman aristocrats bought Gallic slaves for their estates and households. An entire economic system was built on the labor of the enslaved. This wasn't unique to Caesar. All Roman generals used enslavement in conquest. But the scale was staggering. Caesar was likely responsible for enslaving more people than any single Roman. That is part of his legacy, one we cannot ignore or downplay. Faithis is the third lesson. Great achievements often have terrible costs. Those costs are paid by people who had no choice. Caesar's glory was built on the corpses of Gaul. Rome's prosperity was built on the labor of slaves. Imperial expansion, by definition, meant violence against the conquered. We can appreciate the achievements without ignoring the costs. Caesar perfected the art of populism. He was not the first Roman to appeal to the common people against the Senate. The Gracchi brothers had done it before him, but Caesar refined it into a sophisticated political strategy. He positioned himself as the champion of the people against a corrupt oligarchy. He gave the plebeians bread, land, and entertainment. He attacked the Senate as a selfish elite that cared nothing for ordinary Romans. He used simple, powerful messages to bypass complex debates. He appealed to emotion, not reason. He created enemies, both internal and external, to unite his supporters against this playbook, written by Caesar 2,000 years ago, is still in use today. Wealthy outsiders claim to represent the common man, attack the establishment as corrupt, promise simple solutions to complex problems, appeal to nationalism and resentment. These are the timeless tactics of populism. Caesar did not invent them, but he demonstrated just how effective they could be. Populism is a double-edged sword. It can empower the marginalized. It can challenge unjust elites. The Gracchi brothers were sincere reformers, killed by violent conservatives. But populism can also be manipulated. It can be used by charismatic leaders to accumulate personal power. It can undermine institutional checks and balances. It can reduce complex issues to dangerously simplistic ones. Was Caesar a genuine reformer or a cynical manipulator? Perhaps both. He truly believed the Senate was corrupt and the people needed a champion. But he also used that belief to serve his own ambitions. He dismantled the Republic's institutions, not for the people, but for power. Faithis is the fourth lesson. Populism can be a tool for reform or a path to tyranny. The difference lies in whether the leader truly serves the people or uses them. Caesar's legacy, in this regard, is ambiguous. He helped many, but he also destroyed the institutions that restrained him. The darkest legacy of Caesar is this: he killed the Roman Republic, not alone, not immediately, but he set in motion a process that could not be stopped. When he crossed the Rubicon in 49 BC, he broke the most sacred Roman tradition. A general does not bring his army into Italy. He ignited a civil war, Roman against Roman. When he became dictator for life, he destroyed the principles of term limits and shared power. By overstepping institutional boundaries, he revealed them to be hollow. Others would follow. If Caesar could do this and succeed, why couldn't others? That question would haunt Rome until the Republic finally died. Not by Caesar's blade, but under the smooth administration of Augustus. Yet Caesar began it. He proved that a man with an army, popular support, and enough ambition could overturn 5 centuries of tradition. But there is a dilemma here. The Republic was already broken before Caesar. The civil wars of Marius and Sulla, the street violence of Clodius, anarchy in the 50s BC, the Senate was powerless and corrupt. The Republic could not govern an empire. Its institutions, designed for a city-state, could not manage territories from Spain to Syria. Something had to change. Caesar forced that change, violently, destructively. But if not Caesar, it would have been someone else. Pompey, Antony Crassus, if he had survived at Carrhae. The Republic was doomed. The question was not whether it would end, but how and by whom. Caesar's legacy is that he chose order over freedom, efficiency over participation, empire over republic. That choice, right or wrong, shaped the next 500 years of European history. Faithis is the 5th and final lesson. Faith history rarely gives us clear choices between good and evil. It gives us dilemmas. Caesar faced one: a corrupt but free republic, or an efficient but autocratic dictatorship. He chose dictatorship. We are still grappling with the consequences of that choice. Caesar's influence on language is unparalleled. His name became emperor in German Kaiser, Tsar in Russian, and variations in Slavic languages. Ottoman sultans used Kaiser, Irfe, Caesar of Rome. This lasted until 1918, when the last German Kaiser and Russian Tsar fell for 2,000 years, a name synonymous with power. But the impact goes beyond titles. English is filled with phrases from Caesar. Crossing the Rubicon means making an irreversible decision. The Ides of March signifies a day of betrayal. A Caesar-like figure refers to a charismatic autocratic leader. Caesarean section, though etymologically mistaken, carries his name into medicine. July reminds us of him every time we look at a calendar. Faithis is the first lesson. The most profound legacy lies in how we speak. Buildings crumble, empires fall, but language endures. Caesar's name, embedded in dozens of languages, ensures he is never forgotten. Caesar created the template for strongman rule. Military conquest builds credibility. Populist rhetoric wins the public. Institutional manipulation consolidates power. The marginalization or elimination of rivals. Personal charisma transcends the law. This model has been studied and emulated by countless leaders for 2 millennia. Napoleon carried faithy Gallic wars with him on his campaigns. Mussolini dreamed of reviving the Roman Empire with Caesar as his inspiration. Modern autocrats from Latin America to Africa to Asia follow a similar playbook. Elected leaders accumulate emergency powers and never relinquish them. Generals become politicians, become rulers for life. External enemies are used to justify domestic repression. These are not new tactics. Caesar demonstrated how effective they were 2,000 years ago. Both his success and his assassination taught lessons that later autocrats learned. But Caesar's political legacy is contradictory. To some, he is a warning. See what happens when ambition is unchecked. See how strongman rule undermines democracy. See how personality cults erode institutions. The American founders, designing their republic, studied Rome's failures. They wanted to avoid Caesar like figures. They created checks and balances, term limits, impeachment powers. But to others, Caesar is an inspiration. He shows what one person can achieve. He proves that charisma and determination can overcome any obstacle. He demonstrates how to bypass obstructive institutions. Faithis is the second lesson. Historical figures can teach opposite lessons depending on who is learning. Caesar's story is either a warning about the dangers of ambition or an inspiration about the potential for individual greatness. Both readings are valid. Both are true. Caesar has dominated Western culture for 2,000 years. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar made his death a cornerstone of English literature. Et tu, Brute became the ultimate expression of betrayal. Dante placed Brutus in the lowest circle of hell, alongside Judas among the betrayers. Hundreds of paintings depict Caesar crossing the Rubicon, his triumphs, his assassination. Operas, films, television series, video games, all feature Caesar. Each generation reimagines him for their own time. The 1950s films turned him into a Cold War allegory. The 2000 series explored him as a political manipulator. His story is rich enough to bear endless interpretations. That is why it endures. Every era creates the Caesar it needs. Ancient Rome deified him, crafting idealized statues. The Renaissance painted him as a paragon of classical virtue. The Enlightenment studied him as a rational statesman. The Romantics saw a tragic hero. Modernists saw a complex, flawed human. Contemporary pop culture often reduces him to a villain or action hero. All these versions reveal more about the eras that created them than about the historical Caesar. But that is the nature of legacy. It is reshaped by each generation. Faithis is the third lesson. Historical figures become screens onto which we project our own concerns. Caesar can be a tyrant or a reformer, a genius or a monster, depending on who is telling the story, and why. That flexibility, that capacity for reinterpretation, is what keeps historical figures alive in the public imagination. Military academies still teach Caesar's campaigns, not because his tactics are directly applicable to modern warfare, but because the principles he demonstrated are timeless. Speed over numbers, initiative over reaction, psychological warfare combined with physical warfare, the integration of engineering with strategy, the importance of personal leadership in a crisis, flexibility and adaptability. The double siege of Alesia is an engineering masterpiece still studied. Pharsalus shows how to win when outnumbered. The Gallic Wars demonstrate how sustained logistics and diplomacy support military operations. These are not outdated ancient tactics. They are fundamental principles of war, brilliantly demonstrated by Caesar. Napoleon studied Caesar, Eisenhower studied Caesar. Modern generals still study Caesar because genius, even 2,000 years later, can still teach. The story of Caesar is an eternal warning about the fragility of democracy. Republican systems, no matter how ancient, can be overthrown by charismatic leaders. Under the right conditions. What are those conditions? Economic inequality, political paralysis, public distrust of elites, street violence, institutions failing to resolve crises. Under such conditions, people turn to strongmen promising order. They trade freedom for stability. They grant emergency powers that are never returned. Checks and balances are eroded, one small step at a time. Norms are violated. First cautiously, then openly. Opposition is marginalized as unpatriotic or corrupt. This pattern, experienced by Rome in the 1st century BC, has been repeated in countless eras and places. Weimar Germany, 20th century Latin America. Some democracies in the 21st century show worrying signs. Caesar's story reminds us that this can happen. It has happened. It will happen again if we are not vigilant. But Caesar's story also reminds us why strongmen emerge. Because institutions can fail, because democracy can become dysfunctional, because endless debate can paralyze action in a crisis. Caesar's rise did not happen in a vacuum. He rose because the Roman Republic could not govern itself. The Senate was corrupt and inefficient. Elections were disrupted by violence. Street gangs intimidated citizens. No one could make decisions. In that context, Caesar seemed like the solution, not the problem. He could get things done. He could bring order. He could end the chaos. That temptation, the temptation of the man of action, is eternal. Faith is the fourth and final lesson. Faith the best defense against a Caesar. Like figure is not merely to warn of their dangers. It is to make democracy work, address inequality, restore trust in institutions, prove that democracy can perform in a crisis. Because if democracy fails, people will turn to something else. They always have, they always will. We have traced the complete life of Caesar, from his birth in 100 BC to his death in 44 BC, from a debt-ridden noble to the master of Rome, from the conquest of Gaul to the crossing of the Rubicon, from civil war to dictatorship, from 23 stab wounds to deification. But this is not merely an ancient history lesson. Caesar's story in all its blood and glory remains profoundly relevant today, not because we will cross a literal Rubicon or face literal assassins, but because we confront the same fundamental questions: the nature of ambition, the allure of power, the fragility of institutions, the price of betrayal, legacy versus life. These are not Roman problems. They are human problems. Let us distill 8 core lessons from Caesar's life that can guide us in our own time. Caesar understood that words are not merely tools for communication. They are instruments of power. His funeral oration, delivered by Antony, transformed Rome from confusion to rage. His commentaries on the Gallic War controlled the narrative of his campaigns for 2 millennia. His brief message, "I came, I saw, I conquered," became the most famous battle report in history in our era today. This lesson is even more relevant. Social media gives everyone a broadcasting platform. Those who master concise, powerful messages can influence millions. Politicians, business leaders, activists, all employ Caesarian simple messages, emotional appeals, repetition of key phrases, creating a clear division between friends and enemies. Fay practical application. Fay learn to communicate succinctly, master storytelling, control your own narrative before others do it for you. But also, be aware of manipulation. When someone uses overly simplified messages or emotional appeals, ask yourself, what are they trying to persuade me of? Why? Speech is a tool. It can enlighten or deceive. Learn to use it ethically and recognize when it is being used unethically. Caesar was burdened with astronomical debt in his youth, which nearly destroyed him. Yet he also used debt strategically. He lent money to allies, creating dependency. He canceled debts for supporters, buying loyalty. He understood that financial relationships are power relationships. In the modern world, debt is everywhere. Student loans, mortgages, corporate financing, national debt. Fay listen, Fay debt is not just mathematics. It is a relationship. It creates obligations. It limits choices. Strategic debt can create opportunities, while reckless debt can destroy you. Caesar was almost ruined by his early debts. He survived because his creditors, like Crassus, saw value in keeping him alive. Not everyone is so fortunate. Fay practical application. Fay, understand the full cost of any debt you take on. Not just the interest rate, but how it constrains your future choices. Use debt strategically, not impulsively. Recognize that when someone gives you money, they may want more than just repayment. They may seek influence, control, or loyalty. Caesar formed an alliance with Pompey, sealed through a marriage union. Later, they became enemies and fought against each other in a civil war. Caesar had a friendship with Brutus, possibly regarding him as a son. Then, Brutus stabbed him. Politics is full of such shifts. Yesterday's allies are tomorrow's opponents. Yesterday's enemies are tomorrow's partners. Why? Because alliances are based on shared interests, not permanent loyalty. When interests change, alliances change. Phaelacon, in business, politics, and even personal relationships. Understand what binds you together. Is it shared goals, mutual benefits, emotional connections, aligned values? When those foundations change, the relationship may change. Practical application. Build alliances based on a clear understanding of common interests. When interests diverge, be prepared to renegotiate or end the alliance. Don't take it personally. It's not about betrayal, it's about changing circumstances. Caesar and Pompey would have remained friends if their interests had aligned. But they didn't. Civil war followed. That wasn't a moral failure. It was political reality. Recognize it, anticipate it, plan for it. Caesar pardoned his enemies generously. Brutus, Cassius, Decimus, all those who fought against him at Pharsalus. He not only pardoned them, he promoted them to high positions. This was extraordinary leniency, but it did not buy loyalty. Instead, he was killed by those he had pardoned. Why? Because forgiveness creates debts. Those debts can feel like burdens. Brutus owed Caesar everything. That made him resent Caesar. Every time Caesar showed generosity, it reminded Brutus of his dependence, his defeat, his humiliation. That resentment turned into a dagger. Phaelacon forgiveness is complex. It can heal relationships or poison them. Practical application. If you forgive someone, do not constantly remind them. Do not make them feel perpetually grateful. Forgiveness should free both parties, not create permanent debtors. If you are forgiven, recognize that your redemption is not a permanent obligation. Gratitude is good, but do not let it turn into resentment. If you find yourself resenting those who have helped you, that is a sign the relationship is unhealthy. Caesar implemented large-scale reforms extremely quickly. Calendar reform, expansion of the Senate, extension of citizenship, land redistribution, construction projects, all within a few years. Many reforms were good and necessary, but the speed angered conservatives. They felt overwhelmed and marginalized. Even those who benefited from the reforms worried that Caesar was going too far, too fast. That fear contributed to the conspiracy to kill him. Phaelacon the pace of reform is as important as its content. Too slow, and reform fails, too fast, and it provokes backlash. Practical application. When driving change, in an organization or society, consider the pace. Large-scale reforms need time for people to adjust. Communicate why change is necessary, include stakeholders in the process. Give people time to adapt. Caesar might have achieved the same reforms if he had proceeded at a slower pace, with more consultation. But he rushed. Perhaps because he felt time was short. Perhaps because he enjoyed demonstrating his power. Whatever the reason, the pace killed him almost as much as the reforms themselves. Caesar made small symbolic mistakes that accumulated into major offenses. He remained seated when a delegation from the Senate arrived. He used a golden chair in the Senate. He wore a purple robe, the color of kings. He accepted royal honors, if not the title. Each alone seemed minor. Together, they signaled that Caesar saw himself as above ordinary people, beyond republican norms. Those signals angered the senators. They appeared as evidence that Caesar wanted to be king, even if he denied it. Phaelacon in politics, business, or any public role, symbols matter. People watch not only what you do but how you do it. Fe practical application. Fe be aware of the symbolic meaning of your actions. A leader flying on a private jet while demanding employees cut costs sends a message. A politician ignoring protocols sends a message. A CEO receiving a huge bonus while workers are laid off sends a message. These symbols, even if unintended, shape perceptions. And perception is reality in politics and public life. Caesar may not have intended to be king, but he acted like a king, so people believed he was one perception, not intention, drove the assassination. Caesar ignored countless warnings, the soothsayer, his wife's dreams, Artemidorus' scroll. Friends' advice, he dismissed his guards, he mocked concerns. Why? Because he conquered Gaul, because he defeated Pompey, because he remade Rome. His success convinced him he was invincible. That was the fatal illusion. Failison. Fe, success, especially sustained success, creates blind spots. You start to believe your own press. You think the rules don't apply to you. You ignore warning signs. You become arrogant. Fe practical application. Fe, the more you succeed, the more humility you need. Seek criticism. Listen to warnings. Have advisors who will tell you hard truths. Don't dismiss them. The most dangerous moment is often after the greatest victory. That is when you're most vulnerable, because you feel strongest. Caesar was invincible on the battlefield. He was vulnerable in the Senate because he couldn't imagine his friends would betray him. That unimaginable killed him. The assassins killed Caesar to save the Republic. The result? The Republic died faster. Civil war, proscription lists, Philippi, and ultimately, Augustus's empire, more absolute than anything Caesar ever held. The assassination did not achieve its purpose. It accelerated the very outcome the conspirators sought to prevent. Failison. Fe violence rarely achieves its intended purpose. Killing a leader does not kill a movement. It often makes the movement stronger by creating a martyr. Fe practical application. Fe, when confronting a leader or movement you oppose, violence is the worst strategy. It creates sympathy for the target. It justifies oppression. It provokes backlash. More effective. Build an alternative vision, organize opposition, win the debate. Wait for failure or overreach. Caesar would have grown old and died, likely leaving a divided succession. Instead, he was made a martyr at the height of his power. His death, intended to weaken his legacy, ensured it. That is the ultimate irony of assassination. What do we learn from Caesar's life? Not a simple lesson. Not that he was a hero or a villain, but that he was human. A human of immense talent. A human of immense ambition. A human of immense flaws. His ambition drove him to incredible heights. It also led him to his end in a pool of blood. His genius won wars and reshaped civilizations. It also killed 1 million people. His generosity pardoned enemies. It also bred resentment that led to his murder. His speeches inspired millions. They also manipulated them. Caesar is not a moral exemplar to emulate or a devil to condemn. He is a mirror. He reflects humanity at its most extreme, the heights and depths of ambition, the brilliance and darkness of talent, the glory and terror of power. We face the same choices Caesar faced. How much ambition is too much? When do the ends justify the means? When is sacrificing freedom for efficiency worthwhile? When is breaking the rules necessary to oppose unjust rules? These are not questions with clear answers. They are dilemmas. Caesar's answers, history judges, were insufficient. He chose ambition above all else. He broke every rule. He sacrificed the Republic for efficiency. He justified all means for his own ends. Those choices gave him immortality, but also brought him death under 23 blades. We may disagree with his choices, but we cannot pretend we do not face similar dilemmas on a smaller scale. When we compromise principles for goals, when we bypass procedures for speed, when we sacrifice inclusion for order, these are Caesar-like moments. We all have them. Mark Twain is said to have remarked, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes." The story of Caesar proves this. We don't literally cross the Rubicon, but we make irreversible decisions. We aren't literally stabbed in the Senate, but we are betrayed by those we trust. We don't literally become dictators, but we see strongman leaders rise in every era. The patterns repeat because human nature does not change. Ambition, fear, pride, jealousy, courage, betrayal. These are timeless. Caesar felt them 2,000 years ago. We feel them today. Technology changes. Institutions evolve. But the human predicament remains the same. That is why Caesar's story, in all its blood and glory, still speaks to us. Not because he was perfect, but because he was human. Utterly, complexly, tragically human. So when you face your own Rubicon moment, when you must choose between ambition and caution, between speed and process, between efficiency and inclusion, remember Caesar, not as a hero to emulate, not as a villain to avoid, but as a cautionary tale about the cost of unchecked ambition and the complex legacies human actions create. Caesar crossed the river. He gambled everything. He won Rome but lost his life. He changed history but destroyed the Republic. He achieved immortality but in betrayal. Those were the consequences of his choices. Your choices will have their own consequences. Choose wisely, because your actions, like Caesar's, will echo beyond what you foresee. History is watching. It always is.